dans l'autre session Sénat là, ça c'est qui consiste jeudi 21 août l'année 2025 avec nous ici qui a préparé pour session Sénat là, côté il y a discuter différents sujets avec normalement ce qui a fait en Sénat là, c'est côté Sénat là qui vous savez c'est monde qui a c'est monde qui a pointé par façade en gouvernement, la façade opposition et puis aussi façade indépendant, pas ni façade indépendant avec peut-être normalement ça y a dit ratifier ça qui passait en cas concept mardi avec tout qui a changé si un cas ici et puis nous mardi qui session a fini bien ça côté il a discuté en motion pour tirer l'argent l'argent VAT c'est taxe VAT à sous matériaux femme qui a servi pour Koyo avec aussi l'autre matériau qui est photovoltaïque ça c'est bagaille pour courant électrique et puis bagaille comme ça avec aussi à part de ça la dernière chaque discussion à sous ça veut dire en bill dans loi qui gouvernement passé CARICOM pour arrêter moun enfin pour mener moun vie c'est côté la queen qui fait par moun pour mener vie en pays alors c'est ça qui était discuté c'est ça qui était plus gros discussion qui était tient les kai constituent mardi au soir session ça a été fini bien tard puisque vous savez l'année en chaque plusieurs moun en kai constitue passé l'année en Sénat là mais comme on dit aujourd'hui Sénat là qui venir ensemble pour ratifier ça qui passé là avec exact c'est ça y est c'est moi d'où c'est moi ici et puis normalement comme la coutume Virgile qui accompagne moi ici bonjour Virgile bienvenue
bonjour Michael c'est vous qui accompagne moi ici and good morning to our viewers. Thank you for staying with us. As Michael was explaining, today the Senate will meet to ratify some of the motions and bills that was passed in the House of Assembly on Tuesday. As Michael was explaining, the House of Assembly consists of two chambers. The Parliament consists of two chambers, the lower house and the upper house, and on Tuesday the elected members met, that's in the lower house, and discussed those bills, and today the upper house or the Senate will continue discussion on those bills. As Michael said last Tuesday, it was a very long session, and one of the motions which took up a lot of time was the motion to remove the VAT tax permanently on feminine hygiene products, sanitary napkins, including tampons and similar articles. So the decision was taken to permanently remove the VAT tax on this. There was another motion on photovoltaic systems that's relating to solar energy and harnessing solar energy. And what the government decided to do was to extend for another year, 2nd day of August, and ending on the 2nd day of August 2025 to the 1st day of August 2026 to remove the customs tariffs, to extend the removal of customs tariffs for another year on those systems. Now, during the discussion on the elimination of the VAT on feminine hygiene products and have it permanently be classified as zero rated, one of the most interesting contributions came from, not surprisingly, the Minister of Commerce, Honorable Emma Hippolyte. and she was explaining certain moves or certain measures that the government had taken, certain steps that they are pursuing and have implemented to sort of contain rising costs. She was explaining, Michael, that even with all the measures, the removal of VAT, she said that there were members of the public. In fact, she said there was a reporter who was saying to her, listen, there was a particular sanitary brand that had actually gone up by $6. And, you know, she was at pains to explain that there are some things that are out of their hands that the government cannot do when it comes to rising costs. You know, she spoke about freight charges, insurance fees. She said this is really out of the hands of the government, and those issues were really impacting the cost of items. She, however, gave her assurance that the government was doing all in its power to contain the prices, and she said the government will be doing all in their power to contain the prices. Hence, that motion to permanently remove VAT on sanitary napkins and even to extend for another year the removal of tax on photovoltaic systems. The other bill, as Michael had mentioned, was the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Treaty, and this, of course, generated a lot of debate. What that bill seeks to do is to just facilitate the extradition of criminals from one island within CARICOM, people who had committed crimes or suspected of committing crimes and had fled the place of their crimes. This bill would allow for these criminals to be extradited to face trial in the place where they committed their crimes. And Michael, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Honorable Alva Baptiste, he also piloted some bills regarding diplomatic relations with St. Lucia and a number of countries, including the Republic of Serbia, the Republic of Indonesia, the Republic of Brazil, and between St. Lucia and the government of India. And basically most of those bills, what it sought to do was to remove requirements, visa requirements, to facilitate ease of travel between those countries, between St. Lucia and Serbia, between St. Lucia and the government of Georgia, between St. Lucia. So, and it is for holders of diplomatic passports and official passports. So people holding those passports would be exempted from the visa requirements for travel between St. Lucia and those countries that I mentioned prior. Michael?
Oui, Virgil, ça c'est en chère description au Banola, mais ça veut dire que fait là, c'est Banou expliquer de manière ça qui passait en Kai Concept mardi avec Commando, c'est normalement c'est Sénat là qui a ratifié, et bien pour peut-être confirmer exactement ça qui passait en Kai Concept là, c'est même bagaille, mais il n'y peut passer à des niveaux. C'est premièrement en Kai Concept et puis yo même qu'à vivre regarder c'est comme ça pour la panne gelée ouais puisqu'ils l'ont l'autre les passer yon côté l'autre là qu'à vivre regarder avec c'est ça qui a fait aujourd'hui c'est même Sénat là qui a discuté à différentes manières de les manière peut-être yon c'est même parlementaire ouais l'autre avec particulièrement qu'on l'anime même indépendant qui peut-être pas qu'à garder une façade et bien l'autre façade il a une différente approche pour lui avec c'est ça qui a gardé ici aussi moi de mentionner qui ça c'est les affaires ça fait loi qui gouvernement passé pour monde criminel, ça fait crime. Nous connaissons nous situation crime en pays simplifié à présent avec gouvernement ça c'est un ces démarches là gouvernement qui prend mais c'est pas seulement pour démarche gouvernement en cas ça là c'est pas une démarche gouvernement simplifié seulement ça c'est tous ces pays qui même CARICOM ni pour adopter loi ça là puisque quand il a dit ces pays région Caraïbes là il différent puisqu'il est un criminel les gens fait crime dans un pays il est tellement à l'aise pour sortir en un pays sortir Saint-Vincent aller simplifier bien sortir simplifier Martinique de différents pays alors il est nécessaire pour ça venir ensemble avec pour nous même qualité de loi ça là pour les chez bien monde dans l'autre pays en différents crimes simplifier avec il aller la Grenade de Barbade pour ça mener vie puisque pour les women il est difficile, bien difficile pour voir mener mon vie. Mais et puis loi ça là, agrément ça là entre ces pays CARICOM là, il est plus à l'aise pour acheter et faire mener l'audience pour crime yo fait. Moi quoi ça c'était un bagage mentionné Virgil qui est intéressant pour nous comprendre tout ça qui a fait en situation criminelle nous y est à présent.
Yes, definitely, and I think that whole reference to criminal activity was debated a lot, and there was a lot of reference, to the recent spike in gun violence over the past couple of weeks. Not surprisingly, of course, the Prime Minister, for instance, and there were other members of Parliament who spoke on the problem of gun violence, not just in St. Lucia, but throughout the Caribbean countries. The member for Central Castries, for instance, he made reference and comparisons with other CARICOM countries, and they said it is a problem that is facing the region with gun smuggling and the rise in gang violence. We've seen a gang culture that has infiltrated this country, to heights we have perhaps never seen before, with those two numbers, and I remember the Prime Minister passionately asking what would have, a young man, take a gun and go and shoot his friend, his classmate, his former schoolmate, in the head. And so, the discussion was really on the seriousness of what is going on. And the Prime Minister had called again to go into the depth, and the causes of violence in the land. As we speak, I think we could see the Sergeant making his way into the house, and we are about to commence.
Let us pray.
Almighty God, by whom alone kings reign and princes decree justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsels, wisdom, and understanding, with thine unworthy servants here gathered together in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations, and grant that we have in thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interest, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the Queen, the public will, peace, and tranquility of St. Lucia, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christians' love and charity one toward another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Ghost be with us all evermore. Amen.
Thank you very much, Captain. Madam Clerk, would you administer the oath to the new senator, please? Thank you.
I, George Goddard, do solemnly affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to St. Lucia, and I will uphold and defend the Constitution and the laws of St. Lucia, and I will conscientiously and impartially discharge my responsibilities to the people of St. Lucia. I do affirm. Wait, what I said. Oh.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, Senators. Good morning, Senators. Just checking that we are all alive and well. Senators, our new chaplain is Captain Jude Saint-Just, and he hails from the sister Isle of Haiti. We want to give him a special welcome to our Parliament. Bienvenue. And we hope that we will continue a very good relationship. I have received correspondence from the Speaker of the House of Assembly advising that the following motion and bills will pass in the House of Assembly and forwarded to the Senate for its concurrence. In the motion, the Value Added Tax Act Resolution of Parliament to approve draft Value Added Tax Amendment of Schedule 1, Number 2, Order. On the bills, CARICOM Arrest Warrant Treaty, Customs, Control and Management Amendment.
CARICOM Arrest is just going to pass today. That's an error.
Which one?
So the CARICOM Arrest. Yeah.
Didn't pass yesterday?
No. It's in the House.
It's worked here.
Yeah. I forgot that's the
Customs, Control and Management Amendment. Agreement between the government of the Republic of Serbia and the government of St. Lucia on visa exemption for holders of diplomatic and official passports. Agreement between the government of St. Lucia and the government of the Republic of Indonesia on visa exemption for the holders of diplomatic and official passports. Agreement between the government of St. Lucia and the government of Georgia on visa exemption for the holders of ordinary, diplomatic, official, and service passports. Agreement between the government of St. Lucia and the government of the Federative Republic of Brazil on visa exemption for holders of diplomatic, official, or service passports, and the short stay visa waiver for holders of ordinary passports. Agreement between the government of St. Lucia and the government of the Republic of India on visa exemption for the holders of diplomatic or official passports. I beg to announce that His Excellency the Governor General has been pleased to assent the following bills: Payment System and Services, Administration of Small Succession Amendment, Passport Amendment, Banking Amendment. I received apologies from Senators Kejiana Toussaint-Shalry and Ember Charles, informing of the unavailability to attend today's sitting. We welcome Senator George Goddard. We wish to welcome to our Senate sitting this morning students from the Birmingham University, my alma mater, Greenwich University, Essex, and Durham. I understand they are first and second year students studying political science and business science. We welcome you to the Parliament. We welcome you to the island of St. Lucia, and we hope you have a very interesting and, of course, enjoyable stay in our beautiful island space. Welcome. Senators, I wish to inform you that I participated in the 16th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean, which was held in Mexico City from August 9th to 15th. The main focus of the conference was the care society, governance, political economy, and social dialogue for transformative gender equality. Through the discussions, care is being recognized as a need, a right, a public good, and as crucial work to boost the economy. It is stating that governments now have a prime opportunity to drive this change and address a growing care crisis, which is exacerbated by population aging and climate change effects that surpass existing capacities of services, infrastructure, and the people who provide care. And of course, you know, Senators, with an aging population, we have more women who take care of the elderly, more women who take care of babies, more women who take care of persons with disabilities, and in many cases, they are unpaid care services being rendered. So this is an issue that's being addressed within Latin America and the Caribbean region. This was my first duty as the newly elected Vice President of Parliamericas, and I made presentation at a parliamentary forum in the framework of the 16th Regional Conference. My first presentation dealt with advancing the equal and inclusive representation of women in decision-making systems in Latin America and the Caribbean for the fulfillment of the regional gender agenda, the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, and the 2030 Agenda. My second assignment was to present at a side event on the topic, Deaths and Challenges of Democracy with Women in Latin America and the Caribbean, Parity and Care Policies as Key Mechanisms for the Advancement of Parity Democracy. Statements from ministers, parliamentary secretaries, papers to be laid. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, colleagues. I join you as well in extending a warm welcome, St. Lucian welcome to our guests, our university students. I hope you do enjoy the hospitality and beauty of our country, and of course, achieve your objective, which is what you came here to do. Madam President, I wish to lay the following papers standing in my name. Statutory Instrument number 106 of 2025, Resolution of Parliament to approve Draft Value Added Tax Amendment of Schedule 3, number 2 Order. Statutory Instrument number 107 of 2025, Resolution of Parliament to approve Draft Value Added Tax Amendment of Schedule 1 Order. Statutory Instrument number 108 of 2025, Resolution of Parliament to authorize the making of an order for the 2023 supplement of the revised edition of the laws. Statutory Instrument number 109 of 2025, Stamp Duty, Amendment of Schedule number 2 Regulations. Statutory Instrument number 110 of 2025, Price Control Amendment number 10 Order. Statutory Instrument number 111 of 2025, Excise Tax, Amendment of Schedule 1, number 10 Order. Statutory Instrument number 112 of 2023 Supplement to the Revision Edition of the Laws, Commencement Order. Statutory Instrument number 113 of 2025, Tourism Development Al Dante Limited Order. Statutory Instrument number 114 of 2025, Tourism Development, Belgium St. Lucia Limited, number 2 order. Salutary Instrument number 115 of 2025, Tourism Development, Le Sport St. Lucia Limited order. Salutary Instrument number 116 of 2025, Tourism Development, Windjammer Landing Company Limited order. Salutary Instrument number 117 of 2025, Consumer Protection, Appointment of Members of the Consumer Protection Council number 2 order. Salutary Instrument number 118 of 2025, Value Added Tax Amendment of Schedule 1 order. Salutary Instrument number 119 of 2025, Value Added Tax Amendment of Schedule 1 number 2 order. Salutary Instrument number 120 of 2025, Fiscal Incentives Tapio Dialysis and Lucia Limited order. Salutary Instrument number 121 of 2025, Fiscal Incentives and Lucia Distillers Limited order. Salutary Instrument number 122 of 2025, Price Control Amendment number 11 order. Salutary Instrument number 123 of 2025, Excise Tax Amendment of Schedule 1 number 11 order. Salutary St. Lucia Development Bank Annual Report 2020 to 2021, Navigating Uncertainty. National Insurance Corporation Annual Report June 2020 to June 2021. Financial Intelligence Authority FIA Annual Report 2022. Export St. Lucia Annual Report April 2023 to March 2024.
Motions. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to lay the following motion standing in my name. Whereas under Section 1091A of the Value Added Tax Cap 1542, the Act, it is provided that the Minister of Finance may, by order published in the Gazette, amend the schedules to the Act. And whereas it is further provided under Section 1092 of the Act that an order made pursuant to Section 1091 of the Act is subject to affirmative resolution of Parliament, except where the amendment is to the customs tariff headings only. And whereas the Minister of Finance was granted approval by the Value Added Tax Resolution of Parliament to approve draft Value Added Tax Amendment of Schedules 1 and 3 order, Salutary Instrument number 84 of 2023, to include in Schedule 1 as zero-rated goods. A, for a period of 2 years commencing from the 2nd day of August 2023 and ending on the 1st day of August 2025, sanitary towels, pads, tampons, napkins, and similar articles or any materials. B, for a period of 2 years commencing from the 2nd day of August 2023 and ending on the 1st day of August 2025, a supply of components of photovoltaic systems intended solely for the harnessing of solar power under the specified customs tariff headings. And whereas the Minister of Finance seeks approval of the draft Value Added Tax Amendment of number 1 of Schedule 1 number 2 order to amend Schedule 1 of the Act by an affirmative resolution of Parliament to include in Schedule 1 as zero-rated items. A, goods under the following customs tariff headings: 96.19, sanitary towels, pads and tampons, napkins, and similar articles of any materials. B, for an additional period of 1 year commencing from the 2nd day of August 2025 and ending on the 1st day of August 2026, a supply of components of photovoltaic systems intended solely for the harnessing of solar power under the following custom tariff headings. Now, Madam President, there are a list of them there. I don't know if, with your permission, I have to actually go through one because there are about 20 of them.
Just read it once.
Yes. Okay, very well. So I'll go ahead. 7610.90.90, solar panel mounts. 8471.90.00, data loggers. 8502.39.00, complete systems. 8504.40.00, charge controllers and inverters. 8507.60.00, deep cycle batteries. 8507.80.00 deep cycle batteries. 8517.69.00 communication cabling Earthnet switches. 8536.0.30.00 protective devices, communication devices. 8536.50.00 cable isolator switches and isolators. 8536.70.10 MC4 connectors. 8536.70.20 MC4 connectors. 8536.70.90 MC4 connectors. 8536.90.00 battery clamp junction boxes. 8537.10.00 combiner boxes. 8541.40.00 solar panels. 8544.60.10 direct current DC alternative current AC cables. 9032.89.00 control devices, other DC AC components, control components. Be it resolved that Parliament by affirmative resolution approves the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 1, Number 2 order, which amends Schedule 1 of the Act to include in Schedule 1 as zero-rated items, A, goods under the following customs tariffs headings. So, Madam, with your permission, may I just say that it applies to all of those I have listed before, from 96.19 to 9032.89.00. And so, Madam President, just by way of further explanation, I want to share some more thoughts on this resolution. The objective of this resolution, Madam President, is really to be able to augment or help reduce on the cost of the items stated, to ensure that the price of these items are as low as can be for the benefit of the people of this country. Madam President, I think you would be aware that we have come before to either zero rate, not zero rate only, but also exempt VAT on some of the materials, supplies, including food items, in this chamber before. And when we did, the last time we did, the period that was in question was from August of last year to August 1st of last year to August 2nd of this year. And of course, that would have expired. And so this is basically seeking an extension for an additional year, commencing the 2nd of August of this year to the 1st of August of 2026. And the net effect of the amendments of the Schedules 1 and Schedule 3 of the VAT Act to amend these sections to the income tax based on the tariffs, lowering the effective cost of the photovoltaic PV systems, and consequently contributing to a boost of the level of adoption. Madam President, this also allows for the expenditure associated with the photovoltaic systems to be classified as deductions over and above the existing $30,000 cap that is on the PAYE deductions that St. Lucians can claim when they do their tax returns. Madam President, there is a desire in doing so to increase the level of adoption of the PV systems, and that is consistent with the Eastern Caribbean Solar Challenge, Race to the Sun, led by the Caribbean Nationality Determined Contribution Finance Initiative, the NDCFI. Madam President, this is also intended to have the prices that are on the average about $7,000 per kilowatt to be reduced. And that would consequently cause the PV systems in the region to be between $20,000 and $25,000. Now, these price points, Madam President, are relatively prohibitive, and consequently, the adoption is low. That means you have not many people subscribing or attempting to invest or go the solar way because of the initial cost of the infrastructure. And so this policy by this government is really trying to allow for that facility to be more accessible and more affordable to more people. Madam President, the amendment to the VAT Act, as indicated, when the policy was introduced 2 years ago, the suggested amendments identified components of HS code and that they were related to the PV systems to ensure that the VAT on these are zero rated. And most of these items currently enjoy low to no import duties, such as the VAT, and remain the only significant government charge. So it is estimated, Madam President, that the suggested components would amount to more than 50% of the typical cost of the PV system. So that means there is huge savings for the customer. And on these items, this will contribute to a material of about 12.5% more if the VAT was not zero rated. Madam President, based on the estimates done by the Department of Energy, it would show that under the assumption of the 500 households using or installing such systems, St. Lucia can significantly reduce its annual carbon emission and, of course, in turn reduce its electricity cost to customers. So every dollar saved on electricity is money that goes back into the pockets of St. Lucians. Madam President, the PV systems cost to be lowered by about 30.5%, and from an average of $7,000 per kilowatt to just under $4,900 per kilowatt, which is a huge savings gap. If you do the math, it's about $2,100, and that is a serious reduction that can go back into the pockets of people in this country. We anticipate, Madam President, that this adjustment will further increase the level of adoption of the people in this country and redound to the benefits of our people. Madam President, I believe that this is extremely important, and the objective here is to ensure that this redound to the benefits of St. Lucians. Also in this resolution, Madam President, if I may continue, there is also the intention that Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approves the draft value-added tax amendment number 1, Schedule 1, number 2 order, which amends Schedule 1 of the Act to include Schedule 1 as zero-rated items. And under that schedule, one of them, A, would be goods under the following customs tariff heading. And if I may list them, they would include sanitary 96.19, sanitary towels, pads, tampons, napkins, and special articles of material, which I have listed. And all of these will be included. So, Madam President, if I may now just comment briefly on the situation with the zero-rated items, not the electrical items, but what we can consider grocery items. I think that it is also very significant to note that the government, understanding the implications of imported inflation, which, by the way, is through no fault of ours, because we do not, when we import goods and services, we pay the price at the point of import. And whatever the world market price is the price that we pay. And therefore, we have very little control over what the price is that we import goods at. And that inflation, Madam President, applies to most of our basic grocery items. If I may mention, flour, rice, and sugar are among the items that are most frequently utilized. And I know some time ago there was a long discussion on the price of bread, and somebody attacked the bread freedom and justice ideology of our party and the government and said people can't afford bread. But I want to make it known to St. Lucian, the St. Lucian public, Madam President, that if, had it not been for these initiatives, the cost of bread would have been doubled. So every loaf of bread that St. Lucians consume, because of the ingredients that go into it, St. Lucians are actually paying almost 50% of the price. So the government is subsidizing almost half of that. And I want to just draw an example, a reference example that I encountered. I had some friends over from a couple of the Caribbean islands some time ago. They came for some sporting activity, and one of them had a son who was part of I think it was the Island Games. And on their way back, I was dropping them at the airport, and I noticed the mother at Marcy Supermarket stopping there to do some shopping, which is, you figure they're picking up a few items to take back home. But I noticed among the items that she was purchasing, she had a lot of tuna fish and bread. So I was teasing her and saying, you mean you're buying bread and tuna fish to travel with? She said to me, I won't tell you how she calls me. She doesn't call me by my surname. She's my friend. So she called me by my name and she said, let me tell you, the cost of these things, if I have to buy these things at home, I'll be paying almost double the price. And it occurred to me, why would somebody buy bread and put in their suitcase and tuna fish to carry to a neighboring island? And then I realized that it is really true that we are paying a lot less for these very basic products than she bought coconut oil. Coconut oil. Magic, I think it is, coconut oil. I said to her, well, you have to learn to make coconut oil when you go, because St. Lucians know how to make it. But she was saying to me, listen, I am paying a lot less for this here. So I am going to fill up my grocery bag and travel back. So, Madam President, in addition to what we're doing today, I want to also say to this August Chamber that we didn't just get up one morning as a government and say, you know what, let's randomly remove VAT or zero rate VAT on any product. This is another step in a number of initiatives that the government has taken before today and before now to alleviate the cost of living. And I just want to refer to a few of them. Madam President, we have had items on price control. We have initially removed the 6% service charge that was on some of the items that I mentioned on price control items. And we did that from 2023, very early on in our tenure. Madam President, to be able to cause St. Lucians to be able to afford more for less, in addition to dealing with the goods, we also try to get St. Lucians to have more money retained in their pockets by doing the following. We increased the personal tax allowance. We moved it from $18,000 to, $25,000? And that, what it did is that it allowed St. Lucians to be able to retain more money in their pockets. We also provided pensioners with their pension benefits tax-free. Madam President, we also gave a salary increase. Most people have forgotten that. When St. Lucian public servants get a salary increase, you are increasing their spending capacity because they earn more money. We also, Madam President, introduced a minimum wage. And the minimum wage was able to change the income of hundreds of St. Lucians, if not thousands, from as low as $150 to above $1,000. And some of them, of course, $750, depends on where they were at. Significantly doubling and tripling in some cases the income that St. Lucians receive. So this is just another step of in the process where we as a country have decided, we know that there are some external factors that impact the cost at which we import goods and services. We understand that St. Lucia has to be shielded to some extent from these, and therefore we continue to take these initiatives like we are doing here with by zero rating over 70 items, and that means that it will in effect lower the cost of these items in the supermarket. Madam President, I have a list of a whole lot of these items. Just want to reference a few of them for the benefit of those listening. And I will also make some of that submission in Creole. Madam President, we have, for example, a very regularly consumed product as ketchup. The 2 kilogram container that used to cost $23.95 is now $21.29. Madam President, Crick's biscuits, something that crackers people consume all the time. We have the 2.94 kilogram parcel. It was $48.90 is now $43.47. That's almost a $5 difference per carton. We also have the Crick's, Madam President. If you want to use Crick's, the 255 grams, that was $25. It's now $22.22. Madam President, I wish to also mention another very popularly consumed item which I encourage people to buy, which is oats, oatmeal. The 1.19 kilogram parcel that was $15.75. It would now be brought down to a cost of $14.92. Madam President, corned beef and luncheon meat, these are canned items that regular people consume, although I'm not a big fan of them, but people do consume them. Coming down from what? The luncheon meat coming down from $9.25 to $8.22, and the corned beef coming down from $11.39 to $10.12. So, Madam President, I was just thinking, overall, these items, the difference in the cost of these items will range from anywhere between $1.50 to $5 for the regular items, not huge bulk items. And I was just thinking of the typical mother going to the supermarket and buying a basket full of goods. And in that basket, let's say we have about 50 items. Madam President, 50 items with a savings of an average of $3 would mean 50 by 3, that would be $150 that is saved. Let me just repeat that in Creole. Madam President, ça nous a fait aujourd'hui. Nous avons fait ça, nous avons payé 0 rate VAT à sous marchandises moun ka acheter pour yo servir la caillou. Là où aller en boutique là, et puis vous pouvez payer moins pour ketchup, vous pouvez payer moins pour biscuit, vous pouvez payer moins pour corned beef et puis luncheon meat et puis tuna fish etc. Si vous pouvez acheter 50 différents produits en boutique là, en supermarket là, et puis en trolley vous avez 50 produits, et vous pouvez joindre presque $3 moins à chaque produit. Là où sortir en boutique là, Madame Président, quand maman est un monde qui a acheté marchandises, ou qu'a sauvé moins qui $150. Bon, dis-moi, Madame Président, si on madame sorti pour la place et qui ni $300 en vendredi et qui allait faire shopping li, et là il a sorti au supermarket là, si partait pour ça nous qu'a faire, il te paye presque $150 pli pour ça qu'il a acheté. Dis-moi, Madame Président, est-ce ça pas en l'intérêt et puis un bénéfice moun ça là? Quoi ça nous nous savons qui les nous acheter produits l'autre pays pour y a vendre les ban nous, c'est pour y a nous ni pour acheter. Nous avons créé ça imported inflation. So si prix bagaille la monter, si nous avons acheté Foreign France, nous avons acheté SIC, nous avons acheté du oui, et puis pour y a monter, les nous payer, nous avons payé pour y a qui monter. Mais nous pas voulons Saint-Lucien payer même pour y a qu'on nous a acheté. Quand y a nous a coupé à ce prix, nous avons tiré VAT là pour faire plus bon marché. Et puis moi t'ai dit l'antérieur d'autres temps jour passé les oppositions t'ai fait un lot là idée yo ka parler de prix pain haut. Et moi t'ai dit parlement qui les nous subsidies, ça veut dire les nous tirer à sous prix, les gouvernements payent à sous ça ou ka payer pour pain. Si le gouvernement pas te payer ça nous ka payer. Saint-Lucien te payer presque 50% plus pour un pain. Et puis si pas pour ça nous ka fait à présent, en chaque l'autre produit en pays a te plus cher. Bon, je dis, Madame Président, le gouvernement, ça, c'est un gouvernement qui est en conscience. Le gouvernement, ça, c'est un gouvernement qui est concerné des affaires cette lycée. Et puis, nous avons fait ça pour faire produire plus bon marché et pour mettre plus l'argent en poche cette lycée pour ça acheter plus. C'est pour ça que nous faisons minimum wage là, nous menons pour mettre cette lycée plus l'argent en poche. C'est pour ça que nous tirons taxes à sous pensioners pour y plus l'argent, les gens qui sont en retraite. Sur toutes ces bagages, ça, on mettait ensemble, Madame Président, pour que le gouvernement ait en difficulté en prix produit, mais nous avons fait ça nous paye et puis ça nous nie pour nous ça fait plus bon marché pour cette lycée. So, Madam President, the overall objective of this resolution is really to, first of all, acknowledge that there are certain issues that we have no control over, but what we have control over is how we can help manage what St. Lucians have to deal with within our space. And so we are making these exemptions and these zero rating decisions with the VAT so that we can make the basic items, including the electrical items, cheaper. But we also want to incentivize St. Lucians to be able to invest in the solar type and alternative energy, as consistent with, I think, Senator Prosper would be able to tell me which of the SDG goals, to be able to make, to lower our carbon emission, as well as making the cost of electricity more affordable for St. Lucians. So I hope that this chamber sees the benefit to St. Lucians of this motion and supports it for what it's meant to do. I thank you, Madam President.
Senators, the question is that Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approves the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 1, Number 2, Order, which amends Schedule 1 of the Act to include Schedule 1 as zero-rated goods, the following customs tariff heading. A. Goods under the following customs tariff heading. 96.19 sanitary towels, pads and tampons, napkins and similar articles of any materials. B. For an additional period of 1 year, commencing from the 2nd day of August 2025 and ending on the 1st day of August 2026, a supply of components of voltaic systems intended solely for harnessing solar power under the following customs tariff headings: solar panel mounts, data loggers, complete systems, charge controllers and inverters, deep cycle batteries, communication cabling, Ethernet switches, protective devices, communication devices, cable isolator switches, isolators, MC4 connectors, battery clamp, junction boxes, combiner and combiner boxes, solar panels, direct current DC or alternative current AC cables, control devices, other DC or AC components, control components. Senator Fede.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, it's good to hear the leader of government business say that the government is very concerned about the spiraling out of control inflation crisis which has been hitting the country since the aftermath of COVID-19. Madam President, following COVID, we know very well that the backlog of shipping issues would have caused supply chains issues across the world. The prices of containers, Madam President, went up significantly, in some instances as much as 250 to 300%. I remember very well, Madam President, over the years, clamoring the government several times for several years, asking them to give the people of St. Lucia a break on the taxes. Instead, Madam President, of giving the people reductions on VAT and other taxes, the government, Madam President, did the following. They increased the health and security tax, Madam President, in the middle of an inflation crisis. They, Madam President, and I'll say it again, it's on page 56 of the Economic and Social Review, they collected double the amount of excise tax, the tax on gas. Instead of passing on those savings, Madam President, to the consumer, what we saw, Madam President...
Senator Ferdinand.
Madam President, I rise on a point of order. Madam President, Senator...
Hold on a second, as we have a... Yeah.
Senator Fede has just once again misled the House. And I want to make it very clear to Senator Fede that no matter how many times you repeat an untruth, it doesn't make it true. Madam President, in a previous sitting, Senator Fede made this utterance about the government collecting double the excise tax on gas. I remember standing here and making it clear that the last time the excise tax was increased by any government, it was by his government when it was moved from $1.50 to $4, a 60% increase. And so any attempt that is made in this chamber to tell St. Lucians and to tell this House that this government has doubled or increased or in any way changed the excise tax, I will stand and object because it is untrue, and I do not believe that Senator Fede should be allowed to continue to speak this untruth.
Please proceed, Senator Fede.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I want to say to the leader of government business, regardless of how many times he denies that the government has doubled the excise tax, that it doesn't make it true. I want to quote the 2023 Economic and Social Review. And I want to read page 56 of the said document. And this has been made a document of the House. All members have this document. So, Madam President, on page 56 of the document, in the very last paragraph, it said this in the second sentence. It says that the excise tax collections on imports rose significantly by 51.3% to a peak of $119.1 million. This strong performance was occasioned by an almost doubling of the excise tax receipts on petroleum products. Doubling of the excise tax receipts on petroleum products, written by the Ministry of Finance.
Senator
These are not my words.
Senator Ferdinand.
Thank you, Madam President. I am happy that Senator Fede has quoted the document, and very clearly there are two words that are key: the receipts and the tax collected. So just because the government was more efficient in collecting the revenue does not suggest that we increase the excise tax. So there is a fundamental difference between what he says and what actually happened. Madam President, I will not be misled, and we must not allow Senator Fede to use the increase in excise tax that he says the government imposed. Because his argument clearly, Madam President, was instead of decreasing or removing VAT, we imposed. So he's saying that we increased. What happened was the government was more efficient in collecting the revenue, but never increased any excise tax. So now that he has quoted it, Madam President, I am pleased to remind this chamber that this government did not increase the excise tax. What happened was we were more efficient in collecting the revenue from the tax that was still at the same rate that they had imposed.
Before you proceed, Senator Fady, I wish to say to senators that this is not the first time that we have had such a discourse in the Senate. This morning, it shall not have a repeat. I shall make my ruling that what was read, Senator Fady, you gave an explanation. Senator Ferdinand has given his explanation, and I would advise you, Senator Fady, to move on. We shall not have a back and forth in this House this morning. Not today. Okay? So we can debate about the strategy that was used, but we're going to go back and forth to no avail. I said, you have read it out. You have given your explanation. Senator Ferdinand has given his explanation as is more taxes were collected. We're not going to go back and forth about the interpretation. Let us move on, please.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam President. And as if, Madam President, doubling of the excise tax and the introduction of a health and security levy wasn't enough, the government on page Roman numeral 7 of the estimates, and the leader of government business would also tell me that this is not true.
Senator Fady, I still noted the use of your language, doubling up.
No problem.
You just stick to what you've read. We keep going back and forth with interpretations. So it will mean that Senator Ferdinand will stand up on a point of order to say he disagrees. Stick to what is in the document and move on. You are interpreting and causing. You went back to exactly what you said twice. Doubling up, the government doubling up on its excise taxes. This is, just read what is in the document and move on, Senator.
So, Madam President, there are 3 sins that the government committed. The first one, introduction of the health and security tax. The second one, Madam President, doubling of the excise tax. And the third one, that is egregious, Madam President, is
Senator Ferdinand.
On Roman numerals.
Thank you, Madam President, for giving me the floor again. Madam President, for the 4th time this morning, Senator Fady has insisted that he wants to make the utterance and mislead this House that the government doubled the excise tax. Madam President, it is unequivocally false and untrue that this government ever doubled the excise tax. And if Senator Fady insists that he's going to repeat that untruth, I have no choice but to challenge him, Madam President. I have no choice. I'm not in charge of this chamber, so all I have to do is to challenge him. I am saying to this chamber that Senator Fady has repeated this 4 times this morning, that the government that's doubled the excise tax, and that is not true. That is just wrong and false. So he may say whatever he wants, but he has to speak the truth. And I just said that the last time the excise tax was changed was from $1.50 to $4, which is a 60% increase. This government has never increased the excise tax. Yet he stands, Madam President, for the 4th time, defies everything that has been said to him, and insists on saying it and repeating it. Madam President, this is just unacceptable. And I'm sorry, but I will have to, every time he repeats that doubling of the excise tax, I have to challenge him, Madam President.
Senator Fady, I think you have been instructed by myself on 2 occasions. No, I'm still speaking. You stay seated. I've said it to you once and twice, and I've said it to you in a previous sitting. You read what is in the document and move on. Your interpretation is bringing to disrepute a lot of issues. The leader of government business and yourself do not have the same understanding, do not have the same information. What you are saying, the leader of government is saying, is an untruth. It is saying that there was an increase in the excise tax. The document is saying that there was an increase in the collection of. Two different statements or interpretations. We cannot continue like that. Please proceed. If you cannot move away from that, I will have to use the standing orders to ask you to take your seat, because I have instructed you on 2 occasions. Please continue.
Madam President, can I, for a brief moment, introduce a new matter as it pertains to this argument? Because I think that the leader of government businesses, his interpretation is confusing, a very obvious thing. And the structure of how excise tax is collected is very important to introduce to this debate. And I didn't make up the numbers. This is the Economic and Social Review said that it was doubled in the collection. So, Madam President.
What is being said, Senator Fede, is the collection.
So I would like to, yes, the collection.
The receipts. What was received was doubled.
So let me explain why. Let me explain.
I do not need an explanation as to why you're saying what you're saying.
But, Madam President,
because
it is here written in black and white.
Senator Fede, put off your mic. It's causing an echo. And please be aware that your time is going for your presentation. I have said to you, this is not the first time that we're having this back and forth on this very same matter. But you insist. Sometimes you withdraw, sometimes you skirt around it, and you come back to say the very same thing. Senator Fede, let us have an open and honest discourse. Quote the document, but your interpretation is different to what is with everybody else's.
Madam President, just allow me to explain, and you will understand what I'm saying.
Explain, but be very careful. I'm listening to you.
So, President, excise tax, if the Ministry of Finance in this document prepared by the government says that there has been a doubling in the receipts, okay? Excise tax is calculated this way. The price of gas, which has remained unchanged at $16.50 for the most of this administration until they reduce the 50 cents. We're talking about financial year 2023. The price of fuel includes the landed costs, $1 for the dealer, $1 for the retailer. And then the rest of the price is fuel. So the only 2 variables is the amount of excise tax collected and the landed costs. So what has happened, Madam President, is that there has been a reduction at varying times on the world market for petroleum products and for the landed costs. But the government, while not announcing that they have increased the excise tax, by collecting double the amount, in effect, have collected more excise tax than the $4 that has budgeted. That is the point. And that is what the leader of government business cannot get away from. So all of this shenanigans is very unfortunate because it's right here in black and white. And he has nothing to quote to substantiate what he's saying, that what I'm reading is wrong. If he called me, if he's saying this is wrong, then the Ministry of Finance is wrong. Because I'm quoting from the Ministry of Finance's document.
I think you're getting the senator wrong. He never said you were quoting the wrong thing.
Thank you, Madam President.
He said when you read the statement, whatever information you read from the document, you changed it to suit it and said something else. That is what he's saying.
It is clear. There are 2 variables, the landed cost of petroleum products and the price at the pumps. We know that the price at the pumps have remained stable. We know that the dollar to the retailer has remained unchanged. And we know that the price to the importers have remained unchanged. The only thing that has varied is the price of fuel, the landed cost, and the amount of excise tax collected by the government. That is it. So you can't run away from those facts, okay? You have collected in the year 2023 double the amount that you have picked up in 2022 in the receipts, if you would like me to use the word receipts. But it doesn't change the price of coffee. That $100 million went straight to people's pockets. And there's a big inflationary issue that has taken place. And the other economic problem that this created is by leaving the price of gas expensive. The government had to force an increase in the price that bus drivers receive. So transportation has gone up. And if we look at the Economic and Social Review, Madam President, we'll see by astronomical numbers since 2021, as much as 30% cumulatively. Now, the third sin that this government created before coming to redeem itself today, so I'm very happy that you came with this bill. That's very good, is that look at tax revenue, Madam President. Tax revenue, page 7. Page Roman numeral 7 of the estimates of revenues and expenditure. And financial year 2024-2025, which was the last complete year that we've had. Revised estimates, Madam President, $1,362,402,828. That's a whopping increase from the year before. Financial year 2023 to 2024, the government picked up $1,253,000,000. So we see, Madam President, a significant increase by over $110 million in tax revenue that the government picked up. And the Economic and Social Review is saying that this is owing to the tremendous performance of the collection of excise tax. Now, let's go to, so Madam President, I am happy today that the government is seeking to redeem itself from its own sins. You see, Madam President, the Labour Party has had a very expedient relationship with VAT. In opposition, before the implementation of VAT, VAT is oppressive to the poor, oppressive to workers, and oppressive to the economy. They came into government in 2011, in 2012, introduced VAT and told us that VAT was absolutely necessary, that we didn't have a choice, that based on the undertakings from international institutions, that VAT had become absolutely crucial to the fiscal imperatives of the country. Then, Madam President, the leader of the opposition became the Prime Minister in the year 2016 and delivered on an election promise and reduced VAT from 15 to 12.5% permanently, Madam President. And what is different from that is that this government has come, and sometimes it's very hard to follow, because sometimes they have a very progressive policies on VAT, and other times, Madam President, they have very regressive policies on VAT. So while the government, of which I was very happy to be part of, reduced the VAT rate from 15 to 12.5%, permanently, Madam President, as a permanent fixture in the tax policies of this country, this government has come, and sometimes it's for 12 months. Like, for example, the photovoltaic measure that we're doing today is extended. And given the importance of renewable energy, I am dumbfounded why this has not become a more permanent fixture. The photovoltaic technology, Madam President, is a very expensive technology. I remember the last time we debated the original bill, it was suggested that it can cost up to $40,000 for one to get one of these systems installed at their homes. And I am wondering why doesn't this become permanent? Make it a permanent fixture so that more people in St. Lucia can afford, and there's more stability, people can plan their finances. But when we do a piecemeal approach, Madam President, well, we do it this year, we extend it next year, we're not sure, we give 12 months here, 12 months there. be sound on what tax policy you would like to see, so that the rest of the economy can have certainty as to where you're going with your taxes. So, Madam President, I then have to ask the question that the measures that are here today, are they because an election is looming? Are they because the government really care about people's finances? Why hasn't the government in 2022, 2023, 2024 ensure, Madam President, that they remove VAT on several of these items? Now, Madam President, the leader of the opposition in the year 2017, the now Prime Minister, when we reduced VAT, stood right where I am and said from this podium that it was a fundamental mistake for us to reduce the rate of VAT from 15 to 12.5%. Madam President, he said that we were going to lose $52 million. He became the Prime Minister, and the governor of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank came to St. Lucia and said that St. Lucia had among Eastern Caribbean countries in the ECCU Union among the lowest VAT rates. And so therefore St. Lucia needed to come up to where the rest of the region was, the full a revenue shortfall. He then replied and said that he always thought that the reduction in VAT was a bad financial decision by the former UWP administration, and told us so on public television, and said that he felt vindicated. In fact, I have an article here from Loop News, Madam President, where he said very clearly that it was the wrong policy, and the governor's revelations were quite vindicating to him. And so I'm confused today to see that an administration comes before the public with some of the very same measures to try to bring ease to the people of St. Lucia. Now, Madam President, the leader of government business told us a lot today. And I'm very happy. I took some notes. And he said that the government had subsidized flour, and that every time the people of St. Lucia have bread for breakfast on mornings, that they should remember this subsidy. But Madam President, what he didn't tell us is that this subsidy has been there for decades. Several governments have subsidized the price of rice, flour, sugar. That has been a staple of government policy. This is nothing new. And so why come today and make that suggestion as if the government had done something so new that you're subsidizing flour, and so therefore people who are having bread should remember the policy measure every morning while they have bread? But what I want to say to the people of St. Lucia, Madam President, is that this government has increased the price control item of bread in this very term. They have given the bakers of this country an increase in the prices, and perhaps deservingly so. But, Madam President, if you're going to say that you're subsidizing the price of bread, you must also apologize to the people of St. Lucia for the increase that you have caused to happen, because it's a price control matter, and you, by the stroke of your pen, have actually caused the price of bread to go up substantially on the ordinary people of St. Lucia in an inflation crisis. Your government did that. Madam President, the leader of government business told us today that this measure should not be viewed in isolation, but it was part of government's overall plan to reduce inflation. He mentioned the pension, he mentioned personal allowances, he mentioned service charge. He went on and highlighted a number of things. And one of the things he went on to mention, Madam President, was the VAT on 70 food items. 70 food items. But, Madam President, what he didn't tell you is this, and the Minister of Commerce said it in the lower house, but the leader of government business didn't tell us today, that 25 of those items were already VAT exempt. So they were brought from VAT exempt to zero rated, Madam President. And 45 instead of 70 were taken from the 12.5% VAT rate and placed into the zero rated item. So, Madam President, you see, you have to, when you're listening to this government, you have to read the fine prints very well. Because if you don't read the fine prints, you will walk away with the impression that they are doing something so glorious. But, Madam President, there's a big difference between 70 and 45. So already, Madam President, we had an exemption of 25 of those same food items. Madam President, many members of the public are complaining, and it is for the leader of government business to clarify in his rebuttal, that the measure by the government, which they have stated, is only $5.3 million, given the fact that they've picked up $1.3 billion. They want us to celebrate a little $5.3 million tax break on these food items. I mean, just imagine, 1,300 million, and you give back 5 to the people. So when you take in with one hand in the high prices of gas and the increase, doubling of the collection of excise tax, and the increased taxes you've picked up by the implementation of the health and security tax, you're giving them a measly $5 million back. You owe them that. In fact, you should give them more. So you take with one, and you give a little bit with the other hand. And that is why this is so disingenuous. On the eve of an election that is imminent, one must question the motive behind these initiatives, Madam President. Because it's important to ask that question, because, Madam President, why couldn't they do it in 2022 when inflation was at 6.4%? Massive increases in the cost of living. Madam President, cumulatively since 2021, inflation is nearing 14% at 13.8%, Madam President, on a range of issues that are affecting and going straight to the pockets of the people of this country. So I am a little offended, Madam President, for the people of St. Lucia, that on the eve of an imminent election, the government then realizes they can do something after all about inflation that they told us that was all imported, Madam President. If the government really wanted to give people monies back, one of the policies, Madam President, that they have refused to do or have not considered is charging the duties and VAT and taxes on the pre-pandemic levels of freight and insurance, which then, Madam President, keeps their revenue stable, doesn't reduce their revenue at all. But the government understands, Madam President, by allowing the inflated cost, shipping costs, to be a consideration in the charge of duties, that they are going to have more tax collection. So the people of St. Lucia should not be fooled by these measures. The people of St. Lucia should look hard and ask a fundamental question: why isn't the government considering to charge the duties on the pre-pandemic levels? So inflation, as you have said, is imported. It is only imported by your failed policies. Today, Madam President, should be seen as an admission by the government that its policies on taxes have failed, that its policies on reducing inflation have failed. And so today, Madam President, it came to the House to redeem itself, because the people of St. Lucia are screaming loud And the people of St. Lucia cannot take any more of these governments' failed policies. So, Madam President, the government says that it understands the price of goods, the high cost of living, which is affecting many families in our supermarket, Madam President. It says that this is part of its overall inflation initiative. I remember that one of the measures they came up with was that we should plant more green figs, is what was announced. Plant more green figs as a policy to reduce the inflation. And I want to ask the government, why is agriculture production going in the other direction? Was that just something to say? Was that something you were just winging? Or are you serious about homegrown agriculture production, getting the levels up, transforming the farming sectors, making sure that idle lands in this country were being put to use so that we can improve our food security? This is a measure as well that you can use to help to reduce inflation. Yeah, maybe I didn't agree with the statement.
Senator, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. Maybe I didn't agree with the statement that we should plant more green figs, because maybe you would have had a glut in the market of green figs, Madam President. And given the amount that farmers have to dump to the pigs or to give to pig farmers, because there are no markets for green figs, Madam President, I would agree if the government comes with a holistic, comprehensive plan for agriculture and fisheries production so that we can substitute importation of very expensive products and target those products for local production. I can agree with that, Madam President. But I remain confused as to what the policy is. What is the strategy? If you're going to keep gas prices high, then you're also keeping energy prices high. What is that going to do to the production of locally manufactured products, locally manufactured pastas, locally manufactured condiments, seasonings and hot sauce and all the things that people use on a daily basis as part of our diet? When you help the price of gas to go up, and instead of reducing it so that our bus drivers in the fuel that they use as a major input, our hotel industry as a major input towards their energy costs, the generation of electricity, and our energy sector generally, and the foundation role that that plays for the development of our economy, how is it do you expect that you're going to reduce the price of various commodities when your policy is colliding? Madam President, based on what I have seen, based on the government's approach to excise taxes, based on the government's approach to the health and security tax which they've put on the people, and based on the record-breaking revenue collection in the taxes, Madam President, my own perception is the government's main priority is not inflation, but revenue. Madam President, look at what they've budgeted for the next couple of years in terms of tax collection. This is what they plan to do to the people. They state that in this year, tax revenue will go up from 1.362 billion to 1.450 billion. They're budgeting, Madam President, to pick up an additional $90 million from the pockets of the people of St. Lucia. But yet, they want us to believe that they are serious about inflation. They tell us, Madam President, that they are expected in the year 2026 to 2027 to pick up $1.40 billion, Madam President, on the pockets of the people. God forbid, if they are in government in the year 2026, 2027. The people of St. Lucia are smarter than that. You cannot fool them anymore. Your policies have failed, and thank you for redeeming your sins today. Thank you, Madam President.
shall read this. Is that a light one? I shall. Honorable Leader. Oh, Senator Lee.
No. Thank you, Madam President. I wish to join you in welcoming our student guests from Birmingham University. They are becoming somewhat of a mainstay in the gallery these days, and long may it continue. Just some very quick observations with regard to the resolution before us this morning. I notice nobody has addressed thus far, well, the Leader of Government Business did, but the Leader of Opposition Business did not address too much the issue of the permanent zero rating of the feminine products. I think when this was first brought to Parliament, to the House, or the Chamber in fact, sorry, I did ask the government to make it a permanent change, and I'm happy that they listened. And I'm not assuming they listened to me only, because I think there was some pressure outside, and they've finally done that. In a similar vein, whereas I may understand not necessarily making the change in the VAT rate on the solar PV systems and their components permanent, I do believe that a 1-year period is insufficient to attain the government's goals. I'm assuming that this is one of those policy directions where government is seeking to intervene to encourage a particular type of behavior by the population. And it's, I think, a behavior that is well worthwhile and to be encouraged. And I believe in that vein that to only have a 1-year period is insufficient to achieve this. And the reasons I say this is, one, as has already been noted, even with the change, the cost of these systems, relatively speaking, still remains somewhat high. And so therefore you need to give persons enough opportunity to work out their finances, obtain the necessary financing to obtain these systems. Also, we don't produce these systems, so they're not resident in St. Lucia for the most part. You have lead times for ordering and so forth. And so therefore, again, the more time and the more opportunity persons have to purchase these units, these systems, the better I believe it will be. One of the things I found has been lacking or missing in the last 2 years, and I'm hoping that perhaps the government can do it going forward, is a concerted education effort with regard to the benefits of having such units. I know we persons who know, but the idea is if you want as much adoption as possible, you have to start taking the information to the persons who may not ordinarily think along these lines, or may not ordinarily understand the benefits to them of using these sorts of systems. It also occurred to me that perhaps we should start looking at joint ownership of some of these systems as a way of making them more affordable. I know there are limitations in the Electricity Act as regards distribution, but perhaps there are ways we can create carve-outs which will allow a community to come together and perhaps purchase a larger scale system for themselves, or a few families in a neighborhood to buy a system for themselves and distribute the power between them, rather than having each individual household purchase a system. And I think that's something that perhaps the government might want to look at going forward. In all the discussions on cost of living and the contributing factors and ways in which it might be alleviated, I had an interesting discussion with someone yesterday, and they pointed out that the ports right now are tremendously inefficient. And it sort of dawned on me that one of the hidden drivers of inflation that we perhaps don't always recognize is our port operations. The longer that it takes for goods to get out of the ports is the more demurrage our importers are going to have to pay, which they will pass on to the consumers. To get around that, what tends to happen is persons then pay overtime to customs and SLASPA for them to clear the goods. But obviously in paying overtime, you're increasing your cost again, which gets passed on to the consumers. And I think if we take a realistic look at the operations of port castries, we cannot but accept that it's outlived its usefulness. And I think it's well past time that the government looks at relocating at least the cargo operations from Port Castries. I know for a number of years, cul-de-sac has been looked at as a potential site for a revised or renewed port operations, and I think it's about time that we actually do make that change. When I look at it, I'm not a port expert by any means, but looking at just the geographical features, looking at the location, looking at the land space around it, I believe cul-de-sac is well placed to enable us to expand our port operations, to organize them in a more efficient and modern fashion. The other thing I've noticed is the location of Port Castries, again, contributes significantly to traffic congestion. It lies on one of the arteries into the capital, and I'm sure anybody who's ever had to try to get into Castries anytime after 8 o'clock in the morning, coming down from the morn, recognizes getting tied up in traffic, because you have, exactly, I see members of my colleague senators pointing out that they have suffered it themselves. So if they're suffering, I'm sure they have sympathy for the rest of us who get caught in that traffic. But again, just in terms of ease of access, egress and ingress to the ports, the location of Port Castries and its entry, where you have ferry travelers, you have vehicle imports, you have tractor trailers, you have just persons who need to go in for various reasons. You have one exit, one entrance coming on directly onto the road with little opportunity for you to control the traffic in any way. Again, contributes to the inefficiency and the inefficient operations of the port, and again, I think contributes to our increased cost of importing goods. So I'd like to suggest to the government that in addition to sort of direct attempts at impacting the cost of goods, we need to look at these other drivers of inflation that we can perhaps attack, and which will redound to the benefit of the country generally, because I believe a more efficient port operation will allow us not just to deal with imports into St. Lucia directly, but help us to become a greater transshipment hub, which again drives GDP, drives income into the country. And with those few remarks, Madam President, I support this resolution.
Senator Goddard.
Madam President, colleagues of the Senate, I would like to take this opportunity to address some of the issues, if we can call them issues, raised by the other side, raised specifically by Senator Dominic Fede. Senator Dominic Fede spoke of sins, the sins the government has committed, the sins. And it appears that one of the most egregious sins is the more efficient collection of revenue. This appears as a sin because you have the usual tax and spend diatribe that those of the right wing unthinkingly always try to copy from foreign shores in order to please their foreign masters. And they come and they try to impose it and superimpose it on our people here. So that narrative, that false narrative of tax and spend, and so the increased collection of revenue, Madam President, becomes the most egregious sin. And so he tries to spin it, as he has done a million times before, tries to spin it and say, taxes have been doubled, giving us the impression, giving the populace the impression that the rates have been doubled, whereas he glibly slides over the fact which he himself has been forced to read from in the text he quoted, that it is the more efficient collection of revenue that is operative here, and it is not an increase in taxes. And at the last time these taxes were increased, as the leader of government, the honorable leader of government business, has so ably pointed out, was when they increased these rates. And so it is spent, and it becomes spinned, and it becomes now a sin to more efficiently collect tax revenue. Is it a sin to more efficiently collect revenue because you are not giving $24 million of a tax break to a friend? Is it a sin because of that? Is it a sin because $13 million of that revenue is not being spent on a road to facilitate a racetrack in the South? Madam President, is it a sin because it is being used to supply laptops to our students? Is it a sin because it is being used to ensure that at least one young person in every family can attain a university degree? Is that why it is a sin? Is it a sin because it is not being used to give $7.3 million away for vaccines which we never got? Is it a sin?
Right or wrong?
Yes. So we talk about sins. That is why the government of the St. Lucia Labour Party has committed the most egregious sin by the more efficient collection of revenue. Is it a sin because that is what facilitates some of the very issues that we're speaking about here today? For example, that we are able to provide sanitary facilities, sanitary provisions for our young women. Is it a sin because of that? Madam President, those on the other side, or the senators on the other side, and I am hoping not all of them are still in that frame of mind, but it is such a backward frame of mind when you believe that it is a sin to use such revenue to supply things like sanitary napkins. I remember, they must be behind time by a million years. I remember that in a former life, I was a trade union representative, and I remember as many as 20 plus years ago, the trade union of which I was general secretary, I remember us negotiating in several collective agreements with various companies, like, for example, Majestic, that is now defunct, and for which our Prime Minister had to step forward and pay severance pay, which he dutifully did. I remember at establishments like this, collective agreements being signed to ensure that the young ladies who worked there, the ladies who worked there, whether young, not so young, whether older, but that was available to them. And that was not the only establishment. And that was over 20 years ago. So people, like some of them on the other side, are probably 20, 30, 40, 50 years behind time on issues like that. But they would have us to believe that it is a sin. It is a sin to collect revenue more efficiently in order to do this. I say, Madam President, enough of this copycatting of right-wing nonsense from other countries and importing it into our country, talking about tax and spend and saying that, oh, the only thing our government can do, the present government, is tax and spend. And saying that, let us go to the question of VAT. Let us go to the question of VAT and the removal of VAT. Let us go to that question. Senator Fede would have us to believe that the VAT was that egregious in which the St. Lucia Labour Party, or government of the St. Lucia Labour Party, decided to impose on the people of St. Lucia. We know the history of VAT as a more efficient form of revenue collection, which was agreed on a regional-wide basis, and which St. Lucia, of which St. Lucia was the latest to come to. But we will also remember that it was a government of the other side that made all the preparations, the VAT office, etc., for the implementation of that. That's right. So this kind of obfuscation of fact that Senator Fede has become known for, it is time we start being truthful here in this parliament. When we are truthful, then we will be able to make our points more effectively. We should stop attempting to hide everything behind a cloud of misdirection, a cloud of disinformation, a cloud of untruths. The VAT election promise, he said that VAT would be reduced. There was not an election promise that VAT would be reduced. There was an election promise that VAT would be removed. That is what there was. There was an election promise that VAT be removed. Right. But I dare say, Madam President, this was not an election promise. To say it was a promise is, to me, to be too kind to this. It was an election ruse. That's what it was. Because they never intended to accomplish this. You know why? Because after they were elected, they were running helter-skelter all about what amount, by how much are we going to reduce it? Because they had never really thought it out. We all know that when you're speaking in terms of reducing figures like this, there must be some kind of sensitivity analysis done to zero in on how it is going to affect you at the level of the budget, what fiscal impact it is going to have. So sensitivity analysis has to be done. Such sensitivity analysis was never done. And so they were scampering all about by how much. Some were saying 5%, this percent, 7%. I know it. I know it. It went around in their circles. Yes, it did. Eventually, to make it appear that they had kept an election promise, they settled on 2.5%. And guess what? everybody is unanimous that this 2.5% had virtually no impact. Virtually no impact on the life of the common man, on the lady going to the supermarket, on the, on anybody at all. It had no impact. And so to stand here and parade and talk of tax and spend and talk of sins and repeat the same old hackneyed phrases, the same old hackneyed tropes again and again and again, that Senator Fede has become, is it famous or infamous? Choose the word you prefer, but he has become notable for this. And what is very interesting, he delivers these sermons from on high and he disappears like his leader. He disappears like his leader, not willing to sit here and take part in forthright and clear debate. He drops it and he runs. Drops it and he runs. Is this the kind of respect that a senator on the other side? Is it the kind of respect that we have, or they have, for the populace of St. Lucia? The people whom they are supposed to represent? And then, of course, there is also that thing that they keep on going back to, the price of bread and the bus fares. I am sure senators in here will note that bus fares, the price of bus fares was an issue on the agenda that had been on the agenda for something like almost 10 years. And during the whole tenure of the United Workers' Party government led by Mr. Alan Shastney. And it was under the purview of Mr. Guy Joseph himself. And all kinds of promises were made to the bus operators and bus drivers who had very real issues because this is their livelihood. And they kicked the can down the road. They kicked the can down the road, promising that there would be a solution. A solution which never came, which never happened. They probably had 1 or 2 meetings with the bus operators, but they kicked the can down the road again and again and again. Plain smart man. Yeah, plain smart man, as the Barbadians would say. But a government of the St. Lucia Labour Party, led by the Honorable Philip J. Pierre, is the kind of government that faces these issues up front. You had that issue with the provision of transportation for our people who must commute, and that which is a very, very important part of the economy, commuting, and that had to be dealt with, and it was dealt with by the government of the St. Lucia Labour Party. So it becomes a sin that bus fares went up. Can Senator Fede or any one of them on the other side say what they would have done, how they would have dealt with the issue, the very real issues that the bus operators had? They have not been able to say it up to now. One of them very recently on the campaign trail talked about what it was, not subsidies, about something that, and the bus drivers said flatly, but that is old hat. That is old hat. How can you be talking about that? You know? So, this kind of posturing, this kind of repetition of old tropes, the kind of repetition that only again and again, it happens because there is a kind of belief, you know, throw enough mud and some will stick. Repeat untruths, inaccuracies, things that are non-factual again and again and again, and enough people will believe it. Well, Senator Fede, we have seen your side. You had 5+ years, almost 6 in office.
To right the wrong.
You had 5+ years to right the wrong that you yourself were doing all the time. You had 5+ years to do it. Now you're talking about coulda, woulda, shoulda. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. And so you're saying all what you would have done and all what you should have done and all what you might have done, but because of the egregious sins of the Philip J. Pierre administration, they prevented you from doing all what you could. But you were in government. You were in government when you said that the opposition then, the opposition of the St. Lucia Labour Party, lost its right to speak. You said it in forums among the diaspora outside of our shores, where you were even challenged on that. Because a lot of people in our diaspora are not that stupid.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm very sorry for disrupting the Senator's presentation, but I rise on a point of order.
What is your point of order?
The Senator has repeated a number of untruths. The latest one is that we had no policy as to how to deal with the spiraling out of control bus fares that the Labour Party has allowed to go up on the people. Madam President, our policy was clear and was stated by one of our candidates quite recently when we said that we would have increased the subsidy, quite clear. But this government instead chose to pick up the taxes on the fuel.
Senator, was that a point of order or legislation?
That was a point of order. He's saying we had no policy. It's an untruth for him to say it's misleading. It's misleading for him to say we had no policy on how to deal with the increasing bus fares. What I am saying, Madam President, is that our government was very clear. The inflation of gas prices and on cost of living happened after COVID. We were not in government. If we were in government,
Senator,
we would have increased the subsidy.
Senator Fede, I have stopped you. This is not the time for if you were what you could have done. You have said enough. Thank you. Take your seat. Proceed, Senator.
Madam Speaker, I am quite clear. Sorry, Madam President. I am very, very clear that the other side demonstrated no clear policy. And what is unfactual about what I said, right? Madam Speaker.
Senator Fede.
Madam President, again I have to rise on the point of order. The member is misleading the House. We demonstrated every time we were in government
Senator
that we subsidized the price of transportation.
Fede, this is his interpretation.
But it's factually incorrect.
We are not arguing this point.
Factually incorrect.
His interpretation, he said, based on what was done, you demonstrated that you could not. That is his interpretation. We will have a long debate about that if we have to go on. Okay? You have stated that this is not so, and it is on the record.
But Madam President,
we're not going into explanations. We're not going into explanations. You have said, you all have demonstrated otherwise. You have made your point, accepted. You can take your seat.
Thank you so much.
Madam President, I have stated that there was no demonstrated policy, that the can was kicked down the road, and I stand by that, and Senator Fede has no point of order as far as that is concerned. So, il est, Madame la Présidente, il est pour nous comprendre. Nous passons pour un caca poule et crier zé. C'est ça, c'est les autres, c'est ça qu'ils ont fait. Ouais. Chaque lait, c'est pas ça. Il y a une autre explication, une autre explanation. Il est pour nous double ces bagailles ça là. So, Madam President, I would say if we are to engage in serious debate, we can have our own interpretations, yes, but at least let these interpretations speak to fact and not to fiction. And that is the problem that we have, not necessarily with Senator Fede. That is the problem that we have with that whole side. The truth is what you think it is. Yes. And when that has said, I will not yield.
Senator Goddard, we have to listen whether it's a point of elucidation or point of order. So maybe senators, if you all can reach out and turn off your microphones, it could help the surge a little bit because it's quite a bit to get to your mics. So if you can be a little fit and physical and turn off your mics yourselves. Senator Fede.
Madam President, I rise on the point of order.
What is your point of order, Senator Fede?
The member, in his last comment, has basically said that...
No. What is the point of order? I don't want you to repeat to me.
The member is misleading the House when he says that we are debating based on untruths and fiction. I have presented every document to substantiate every point I have made. Where the fiction has come in is when the opposite side, with no documents, no substantiating papers, no facts, have got up and made accusations against us.
Senator Fede, be very careful and use your standing orders correctly. Please proceed, Senator Goddard.
Thank you, Madam President, and I apologize by saying that I will not I will not yield. But you see, sometimes it gets under your skin. That tactic of attempting to stymie the flow of the debate by jumping up and objecting and saying this and saying that. When the Senate, and I must say that Senator Fede is a past master at that. I must say he is, right? And yes, so he will again jump up.
Senator Fede.
Yeah. Madam President, the standing orders are quite clear. The member is breaching the standing order, which says it's out of order to make judgments about His Majesty, senators, or any other member in any house. He's violating the standing orders. He can comment on things that I've said. He can disagree. But to comment on my manner is not within his purview, within the debate for him to say. I think he has violated the standing orders quite clearly.
Senator Goddard, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. And so, I will not belabor the point. I think I have said quite enough and quite explicitly what I would like to say. The whole idea is that it is very easy to quote authority, to quote, to refer to quotations, but when one refers to quotations, when one reads, one must be careful to do that in context. And one must be careful not to misrepresent what is contained in authoritative text, misrepresent it and twist it to attempt to get people to believe that it means what you want it to mean, and not something else. And so, again and again, we have heard, as I say, 1,000,000 times over, that people have attempted to make people believe that the collection of revenue, the increased collection of revenue, the more efficient collection of revenue is in fact an imposition of an increased rate of revenue. And when they do that deliberately. They do it deliberately. And then this increased revenue is a sin. Madam President, I will end by saying it is only a sin for Senator Fede and others, only a sin because it is not used to give $24 million back to friends. It is only a sin because that increased revenue is not used to just give $7.3 million for vaccines, which we never got. It is only a sin because it was not used, $13 million of it, to build a highway to facilitate a race course. It is only a sin because it was not used. It was not used for or rather it is being used to supply laptops and facilitate our young students in many different ways. It is only a sin because it is being used to ensure at least one university place for every household. That is the only reason why it is a sin. But if it is a sin, well, if that is what the sin is, well, the Labour Party says, mea culpa, moins coupable. That is what the Labour Party says. Thank you very much, Senator.
Senator Jean.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I rise in support of the motion to just give me a second. The motion to provide 0 rating of the items listed as sanitary towels, pads, tampons, napkins, and similar articles of any material for an ad infinitum period. That means to remove any end date to that provision. But Madam President, I want to ask for leave to congratulate the temporary teachers who are receiving their August salaries. An unprecedented action of the Philip J. Pierre administration. Madam President, this means a lot for households who are headed by teachers who were temporary in the school system. Because, Madam President, they had to endure for many years after providing much needed service to the education sector, had to go away in August without a salary. And this is a tremendous initiative of the current administration. So I want to thank Honorable Philip J. Pierre and the Cabinet of Ministers on behalf of temporary teachers today. Madam President, I want to also, before going into the meat of the matter, remind the leader of opposition business, Honorable Senator Dominic Fede, that in the manifesto of the United Workers' Party for 2016, at page 10, and I quote, "A UWP government intends to relieve all citizens and residents," it should have been TS, not CE, "of St. Lucia from the high cost of living experienced in the last 5 years. Hence, we will undertake the following measures. Bullet point 1. Reduce the value-added tax, VAT, and outline a plan for its ultimate elimination, and replace it with a restructured tax regime that will be less burdensome but without compromising the revenue base." Okay? Bullet point 2. Increase the personal income tax threshold to $25,000. Bullet point 3, reduce corporate taxes from 35% to 25% within 3 years. Madam President, I want to ask the leader of government business, of opposition business, sorry, my apologies, whether any of these were accomplished. These were the promises to the people of St. Lucia. These were the promises that the St. Lucian people voted for the United Workers' Party for in 2016. Who increased the personal allowances, Madam President? It was done under the St. Lucia Labour Party administration, led by Honorable Philip J. Pierre. Madam President, in addition to that, we are seeing that the government zero-rated 70 headings of food items. Headings, not just grocery items, but the headings. So it expands beyond the 70. And we've seen the Department of Consumer Affairs monitoring the supermarkets to ensure that these these items that no longer attract VAT actually pass on, the prices are passed on, or the reduction is passed on to the consumer. Madam President, when the 2.5% VAT was removed by the United Workers' Party administration, who monitored to see whether it affected us? Was there any monitoring? Who cared about us, Madam President? Has anyone felt, did anyone feel the 2.5%? Can we say that as a result of the reduction in VAT, we actually got something at a reduced price? We never felt it. The people of St. Lucia did not feel it. Your need, Madam President, the members opposite must keep in touch with the people. The members opposite must stop predicting what the people are saying or the people are thinking, but get down to being in touch with the people, Madam President. Who felt it? Huh? Daddy? Oh, well, not my daddy. So, Madam President, I will reiterate the point made by my colleague, Senator Goddard, that the truth is what you want the truth to be. So some people, truth is, yes, they reduced VAT by 2.5% and we were satisfied. That's their truth. That is their truth. But for you to know the people's truth, you must ask the people. And Madam President, we are seeing polls being conducted, HTS polls being conducted, and people are saying that they are happy. But in here, members opposite are coming to cry for the people of St. Lucia. Madam President, we are in now an environment where people have greater spending power. Our unemployment has been reduced. There are more people at work. Look now, our government is putting in place provision for unemployment insurance to deal with those who are not able to work or who are let off involuntarily. So for those who are unemployed, there is still a soulagement that is coming. So don't come and cry for people here. St. Lucians, put your ears to the ground. Don't just come here and speak things that, you think people, Madam President, the average person in ancillary, you think they will still go back to excise tax collection receipts in 2022? You think that is what keeps them up at night? When they have already gotten their facilities fees for their children paid at school, they already know that when their child reaches Form 5, that 4 CXs will be paid for them. They believe that if their child does well, that there is a possibility that they will get a scholarship to go to university. You think excise tax is going to be their primary focus? Madam President, let me go now into the meat of the matter, and that is the zero rating of sanitary napkins. In fact, Madam President, I remember when we presented, when I presented last on these food items at the sitting that I was present, I made the distinction between VAT exempt items and zero rated items. But Madam President, I did a little bit of economics. So I will not say that I am an economist. Okay? However, Madam President, if one is exempt and one is zero rated, it suggests that there's a difference. And I don't know why we have to belabor a point that exempt items are already without VAT. They were without VAT, but the businesses were still able to collect the VAT on the other components that led to the sale of that item. But under the zero-rated VAT, the zero-rated items, they cannot collect it, so they will pass everything over to the consumer. What is so difficult to explain that to the people of St. Lucia, Madam President? But Madam President, ultimately, même si on dit zero-rated exempt, c'est même bagaille là, Jean cette l'ici savent, yo ale bon la place, hodia, yo kay hen marchandise la, pli bon marché. That is the bottom line, full stop. Madam President, I heard a member, a candidate of the opposition party, state on Tuesday night on a program that they had that the government should zero rate sanitary products. A candidate of the United Workers' Party said it on a show. And last night when I listened to the news, I heard that very same candidate repeating that the law has not been passed for zero rating the sanitary products. The candidate who was a temporary senator right here in this chamber. Okay? I want to present, Madam President, I can make it a document of the House because it was created by the House. But to present statutory instrument number 92 of 2023 to this member, to this candidate, and I would like the opposition senators to present this to their candidate so that they don't look so uninformed, Madam President. Statutory instrument number 92 of 2023 said, and I quote at M, for a period of 2 years commencing from the second day of August 2023 and ending on the first day of August 2025, among other things, they have a whole list of, that's the same SI that zero rated the building materials, and it includes HS number 96.19, sanitary towels, pads and tampons, napkins and similar articles of any materials. SI 92. Madam President, the government went further, and on SI 95 of 2023, under the Health and Citizen Security Levy Amendment of Schedules 1, 2, 3 order, removed the 2.5 Health and Security Levy on sanitary towels, pads and tampons, napkins and napkin liners, etc. Madam President, it was during that time, around that time, when their own members put on pampers and do all kinds of things looking like Teletubbies down in Vieux-Fort.
Senator?
It was during that time, Madam President, that they ridiculed the government of St. Lucia when these things were done. So, Madam President, we must not take these things for granted, Madam President. The initiatives of the St. Lucia Labour Party benefit the people of St. Lucia, and that is the bottom line. Don't come here and ridicule as if you know what is being done here has no effect on the people. These are the direct initiatives that show that the government of St. Lucia is putting people first. Madam President, these are the same uninformed people who never heard of period poverty. So, Madam President, just like the independent senator indicated regarding solar PV education, I think there is need for some education in that regard. Although, Madam President, sometimes as we grow and as we age, some things that no longer are relevant to us, we may believe that it is representative of the wider society. Madam President, I will now go to the other initiative on the zero rating of the solar PVs and its components. That initiative, Madam President, is going to be for an extended period of 1 year. And it incorporates, or it includes, not just solar panels, but all the components that would cause one to effectively install a solar system and produce electricity using our indigenous sources, or source, which is the sun, renewable energy. But Madam President, within the broader context, Madam President, solar PV installation is within that whole sphere of renewable energy, which seeks to allow prosumers, as we call them, or people who generate and consume electricity, to also sell electricity, thereby reducing our reliance on fossil fuels. It should be noted, Madam President, that the strides taken towards the transformation of the energy sector took place primarily during a Labour administration. And Madam President, I would like members to go through the Principal Act, the Electricity Supply Act of 1994, and see all of the years of amendments. And there you would see who paid interest in the Electricity Supply Act, and see the journey, the transformation that was attempted. It was amended in 2001, November 10th to be exact. Amended 22nd March 2006. Amended 27th March 2006. Look at the administrations that held office at that time. Amended 16th June 2014. Amended 22nd of June 2015. And 4th of January 2016. Note carefully these years, Madam President. In addition to that, the major transformation took place in January of 2016. That is when provision was made within the Amendment Act, the Electricity Supply Amendment Act, for unbundling the electricity components of generation, transmission, and distribution. That amendment allowed Lucia, which is our main service provider, an exclusive license to generate electricity from fossil fuels, while generation from renewable energy was opened to anyone. That was the transformative part that took place in 2016. The Labour administration also pursued the creation of the Eastern Caribbean Energy Regulatory Authority, together with Grenada. And that initiative was intended to regulate the energy sector at a regional level. However, there was little traction from the other countries because the intention was to have it at a regional level, but the other countries did not come on board. And so that what was intended to be a regulatory authority morphed into an agency, the Eastern Caribbean Energy Regulators Agency, that would render technical, legal, and administrative support to two new regulators, the Public Utilities Regulatory Commission in the case of Grenada, and the National Utilities Regulatory Commission in the case of St. Lucia. So that is where the NUC was birthed by that legislation in 2016. In fact, it has its own NUC Act. Madam President, we had the first reading of the new Electricity Act just on Tuesday, as presented in the lower house. So it is clear that the strides that have been taken towards improving the extremely important electricity or energy sector occurred during the reign of the Labour administration. Madam President, the amendments to the VAT Act now that we're doing refer to permitting the zero rating of components that are critical to installation of photovoltaic systems, while the amendment to the Income Tax Act has already made provision for a tax allowance for solar PV installation up to $30,000 per taxpayer. So, Madam President, you're seeing the whole enabling environment that is being created for renewable energy to come into St. Lucia, because there is tremendous opportunity that will be available to us by using renewable energy as one of the primary sources for electricity. Hence, Madam President, the continued zero rating of VAT on solar PV and its components demonstrates once more the government's deliberate attempts at assisting our citizens in driving the energy sector towards achieving energy security and energy independence and overall sustainable development, while simultaneously putting people first. I thank you, Madam President.
Senator Antoine Prosper.
President. Madam President, I rise today to highlight and defend one of the most important measures in our government's program of tax reform. However, I seek leave to congratulate the students of St. Lucia who received the CSEC, CAPE, and CCSL examination results. I wish to congratulate the Vieux-Fort Secondary School, the Patricia James Secondary School, and the Choiseul Secondary School on their impressive performance over last year. I would also like to place on record the improved performance of the young men of St. Lucia over the young ladies this year. It is not usual that our young men outperform our young ladies in St. Lucia. I would also like to congratulate the temporary teachers who receive an August salary for the first time. All our teachers are hard workers, and the temporary teachers do not work less than the permanent teachers. And this government has done the right thing to give them an August salary. I'd also like to remind our teachers that the TMA, the increased TMA, is due in September. It's coming, so I know our teachers will be very happy. Madam President, our decision to zero-rate sanitary napkins and feminine products indefinitely is commendable. Madam President, menstruation is not a choice. It's a biological reality that affects almost half of the population. Yet, for so long, women and girls have been forced to bear the financial burden of purchasing these essential products with the added weight of VAT. This is neither fair nor just. And I therefore wish to applaud the Philip J. Pierre-led administration for their foresight, for their compassion, for feeling what the people feel on the ground, and acted to correct this imbalance. By zero-rating these products, Madam President, we are not providing a luxury. We are recognizing them as necessities of life. Madam President, this is not theory. It is relief that households feel. And by zero-rating products, I want to provide a small explanation, because it doesn't seem that those on the other side understand. And it would seem that they are equating VAT exempt and zero-rated as the same thing. Zero-rated goods applies 0% VAT. So when a consumer goes to the supermarket, there is no VAT at checkout, and the prices are lower. And as you have heard from my other colleagues, the people are seeing the difference, and the people are feeling the difference. The prices are not the same, and therefore they can use the excess that they have in their pocket after they have looked at their shopping list to buy other things. Madam President, our government promotes social justice, equity, and good health. And I will explain how the zero-rated goods have assisted our citizens. Madam President, a child who cannot eat nutritious meals, the parent can now purchase nutritious meals because the price is lower. A mother who couldn't buy baby formula can now buy baby formula because the prices are lower. Madam President, school is reopening. It has been expensive for parents to provide better nutritious foods for their children. And I am certain that when school reopens in September, the parents will have the ability to buy foods that are more nutritious for their children to go to school. Madam President, with the extra savings, the elderly citizen who couldn't access medicine would be able to purchase their medicine. without choosing between health and hunger. That is what zero rating means to the regular citizens. For those who have had better days, that may be nothing for them. But we are speaking about the regular St. Lucian, the people who have to go to the supermarket, and sometimes I watch when they put one set of goods at one end of the trolley, another set on the other side, and another set at the back to decide whether they can pay for it. I am certain, Madam President, that now these people can purchase all of those goods because of the savings they are making, because of the zero rating that the government has implemented. Madam President, this government prioritizes people over revenue, compassion over cold accounting, and dignity over deprivation. And therefore, we are increasing health by imposing zero VAT on our products, on the 70+ products that we have. Madam President, in the face of global uncertainty, St. Lucia's government will always stand with the people. Madam President, this measure is not a handout, as some people may want to say. It is a hand up. It is a policy that ensures fairness, protects households, and strengthens our social fabric. When we zero rate essential goods, we are not just lifting a tax. We are lifting burdens from the backs of the people of St. Lucia, giving them room to breathe. This is what the zero-rated goods are all about. To help people to hope and to thrive. And so when people speak about removing 12.5, the 2.5% on the VAT, and other speakers have spoken about this before. Who felt it? It's the big boys who felt it. Because when the small man and the small woman would purchase items, that would be, the VAT removal would be insignificant. You had to buy bulk purchases to really appreciate the 2.5%. Zero-rated goods have no VAT, and it doesn't seem that some of us understand that. There is no VAT. And the VAT-exempt goods, in as much as there should not have been any VAT, but the VAT, there would be hidden costs and may cause the cost of the goods to increase, the price of the goods to increase. So there is a significant difference. With VAT exempt, sometimes the price of the goods increase because of the hidden costs. But with zero-rated goods, there is no VAT. No VAT applies to the price, and therefore you have a lower price. I think I needed to clarify that because some of us don't seem to be in the know. Madam President, we need to align St. Lucia with progressive global standards. And 2.5 reduction cannot do it. Maybe if the promises that the former government made, if they had kept to their promises, maybe we could have seen something different. But they did nothing. Nothing, and they come to the chambers to talk about what this government should have done. So now they want to give advice, although they did not know what to do. They put it on paper, but they could not implement it. And this is what this former government was noted for. A lot of talk, no action. Madam President, many nations have recognized that taxing menstrual products as though they were luxury goods is both outdated and unjust. St. Lucia now joins this progressive movement, leading by example. And just recently I realized that Guyana is going that way. And I say St. Lucia is a trendsetter. Madam President, this decision by the government is about more than economics. It's about fairness, it's about dignity, and it's about inclusion. It's about saying to women and girls of this nation, We can see you, we can hear you, we value you, and we will not allow barriers, even financial ones, to stand in the way of your health, your education, and your empowerment. And this is what the government of the St. Lucia Labour Party is known for taking care of the most vulnerable, not putting themselves first, but putting the people first. Madam President, this is the spirit behind this government's decision to zero-rate sanitary napkins and feminine hygiene products. And I believe, Madam President, sometimes it's very insensitive when you hear some of the remarks made by some members of the other party. They do not understand what the ordinary person goes through. They do not understand because they are too consumed about their own selves and not about the people on the ground. Madam President, this is a policy grounded in compassion, in equality and justice. And I am proud, Madam President, that under this government, women and girls in St. Lucia will no longer be taxed for being women. Madam President, yes, we know that men do not go through menstrual cycles, and they do not have this additional burden every month. So the leader of government business says they have other burdens. Probably he will explain to us what his burdens are. Therefore, Madam President, I have no problem in supporting this decision of the government to zero-rate sanitary products, goods that will assist the small man, the small woman, the farmer, the janitor, the nurse, the children of St. Lucia to enjoy better health and a better standard of living. I thank you.
Senator, Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. I wish to thank the senators who contributed to this motion, and I want to join Senator Pauline Anton Prosper, the Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Education, as she celebrates along with the ministry, the parents, the children of St. Lucia, upon the receipt of the CSEC and KIP exams, as she mentioned, and I'm very proud to be associated with the success of our students and our country. I understood we were 5th overall in the region, and in a region where you have such big guns in the CARICOM, if we are in the top 5, I think that is commendable for our country, and I really think all of us should take a bow and be proud and continue to enjoy the success of our children. And I also want to extend that to the government and its policies, because the investment we've made in education continues to pay off. And we hope that as we continue to receive results, post-secondary, tertiary, postgraduate, that we will see a pattern of continued success for our people in this country. Madam President, I want to begin by responding and thanking Senator Lee, the independent senator, for acknowledging that the government of the St. Lucia Labour Party does listen. And many times Senator Lee, when he makes his presentations, being very forthright and standing firm on certain principles, and sometimes he puts us under a little bit of pressure when he makes suggestions and asks that certain things be reconsidered. And I usually assure him that I will take that back to the executive, and I'm sure even when he speaks, the rest of us listen and we pay attention to the voice of reason. And I'm happy that he has acknowledged that a suggestion that came way back in 2023 of zero rating infinitum or permanently these feminine products has now come to fruition. I assure him that we'll continue to listen, whether it's from the private sector, whether it's from corporate St. Lucia, whether it's from the social, how do you call them, those who advocate on behalf of the citizens who are not in government, civil society, whoever it is who believes and makes a contribution and makes suggestions, that we will listen, and we are not afraid to go back to the table and renegotiate and reconsider our decisions. Madam President, you also spoke of the extension of the period of time for which the zero rating was taking place. He thinks that it should be beyond a year. Yes, I think in principle that is the case, but we have to do what is possible within the fiscal space that we have. We have to be responsible and make sure that when we provide those forms of relief, that we can continue to keep up to our commitments and run the country with the resources that we have. So I assure him we'll take that into consideration within the fiscal space that the government is able to have. He also mentioned the issue of education, and I believe that is critical. Sometimes the public is misinformed or uninformed, and they are not able to understand and appreciate the decisions we make, particularly when you have an opposition that is so willing or able to put their spin on everything, scorched earth, and persistent in delivering whatever they deliver to the public. It is important that there's proper education so people can discern. They can hear the facts, they can listen to the propaganda, and they can choose what they know or what they understand to be correct. The efficiency he mentioned at the ports is correct, and that is one of the reasons why we are doing the development. And the location is correct, again, because we have the alternative in the cul-de-sac that I think is a very well-placed suggestion. So I want to assure the Senator that these are going to be considered, and we are already in the process of addressing some of them. Madam President, I also want to make some observations with regard to Senator Fede's contribution. A lot of it has been addressed by Senator Goddard, so I will not repeat. However, I noted that there are some very interesting attempts that were made, and I did stand on the point of order a few times. But I want to note and remind this chamber of a statement that the Honorable Prime Minister made some years ago while we were in opposition. And he said he was being, teased and ridiculed because he stutters. But I remembered him saying, and I quote, "I rather stutter the truth than tell lies eloquently." And I think that statement has found its place in the minds and hearts of a lot of St. Lucians. And I agree that sometimes it's better to stutter but say the truth than to be very eloquent and sound very good while you're saying something that is untrue. And I think the opposition has demonstrated the eloquence in that regard, not only in this chamber but elsewhere. But what is important is that St. Lucians have demonstrated the ability to discern. They listen, they follow, and when their decision has to be made, they will decide what is propaganda, what is fact, what is truth, and what is not. And Madam President, I want to take the opposition back to a very simple, logical understanding of something that's happening within our tax regime. Madam President, the leader of opposition business attempted many times to make a point about what he was trying to say is that we're increasing the collection of revenue. He tried to spin it, but we picked it up. But let's look at the reality. Madam President, the reality is that St. Lucia, or the government, has been able to collect more revenue. And he said, record-breaking revenue collection, as if that was a sin and that was bad. And I understand the discomfort of the opposition with this government being able to collect what they describe as record-breaking revenue. I understand their discomfort because they know that the reason why the government is able to collect record-breaking revenue, don't forget, VAT is a consumption tax. So the more economic activity, the more consumption that is there, is the more tax you will collect. So they know very well that the reason why there is an increase in the collection of revenue is because there is increased economic activity in this country. That is the reason. So there is more purchase, there is more interaction, there are more transactions, so the revenue is going to go up. Madam President, you know what they also know? They also know, and Senator Goddard mentioned it partly when he spoke about the impact of the revenue. They also know that when the government of the St. Lucia Labour Party collects more revenue, that it means St. Lucians can enjoy the August salary for the teachers. St. Lucians can enjoy salary increases that we have given them. They know that there's going to be more for the pensioners of this country that we're going to put in. They know that teachers will enjoy more teacher materials allowance. They know that increased revenue will mean that there's more scholarships for the nurses of this country from year 1, 2, and 3. They know that we are going to be able to have more bursaries for our students. They know that the collection of revenue will mean that we can support our agricultural sector and our farmers more. They know that the increase in revenue will mean that we'll be able to be more efficient in the way we manage our schools and maintain our public buildings. And they know that St. Lucians will enjoy more of the benefits of the revenue. Madam President, they understand what it means when this government is able to collect revenue. So they are on a campaign to find every reason to try to stall the collection of the revenue. But it's not going to happen because we have demonstrated our prudent financial management. Madam President, the leader of opposition business went on to talk about why is it that we are doing this now, and he even spoke about his government made an election promise to reduce VAT. But Madam President, it is obvious that they were not able to fulfill the promise. And you know what happened as a result, Madam President? The people of St. Lucia made them pay the price for that. They bluffed the people. They came with a whole VAT story. VAT was the worst enemy of the state when they were campaigning. We are going to reduce and eventually eliminate VAT. That was forefront on their agenda. They did not achieve that, and the people of St. Lucia made them pay. And they have not been able to accept what happened on July 26, 2021. They have not been able to accept it. Tabayo could say well, because St. Lucian said, look, you promised us something, you did not deliver, out you go. Now this government has promised St. Lucian things too. And we are delivering one by one in our manifesto. If you look, you will see all the ticks. St. Lucians are seeing one by one, these are being delivered. And the day of reckoning is nearing. And the opposition anxiety is getting worse. Now, just as I noticed, Madam President, I noticed one of our members has been a little irregular. And I wonder if it's not because that member, my good friend, has been pinned in his constituency of late, because the day of reckoning is coming. So, Madam President, the opposition understands the context within which we are operating. And so when the argument on why are you introducing it now was exhausted and didn't go anywhere, the leader of opposition business then tried to raise the issue of try to confuse or conflict the VAT exempt versus zero rating. Senator Alison Jean has adequately explained that, and so I don't need to. But the attempt to confuse people with VAT exempt and zero rating, I don't know if it's tight economics, or I don't know what kind of economics that was. But that, ça pas y passer. Pas faire accorder ça coin cet lycéen, puis si on passe à comprendre qui ça qui VAT exempt, ex zero rated. Moi, je dis à quoi différence là, c'est là où vous mettez zero rated, St. Lucia can joindre plus bénéfices en VAT là. C'est ça tout ça. The benefits will be passed on to the consumer. And all it means to St. Lucians is that they are going to pay less for the products. So, vous pouvez aller dire tout économique soufflé, vous pouvez aller tout le pays et puis faire tout Sunday, massacre Sunday qui ça a fait, avec 10 moun VAT exempt, c'est pas VAT zero rated. St. Lucia, pas besoin pièce moun vin faire economics class by yo les dimanche. St. Lucians understand what is in their pockets.
Senator Fede.
Yeah. Madam President, I stand on the point of order.
This is your point of order.
The member is misleading the House on suggesting that because an item has come from exempt to zero rated, that it is necessarily going to be passed on to the consumer. That is not factual. In the exempted items, the merchant is not allowed to charge VAT. In the zero rated items, the merchant can charge for the input VAT, for the trucking, for the customs. They can lump those taxes onto the consumer. So it is actually a lot less effective when it is zero rated.
Senator Ferdinand.
Madam President, moi ça me dit à Creole. So moi excusez sénateur puis me dit à Creole, il s'en pas te comprendre ça me dit. Madam President, I am not here to engage into any lecture or discussion or intellectual discourse on zero rated and value and exempt. That's what the opposition wants us to do, to confuse people. So I forgive the member because I said it in Creole, but let me continue. Madam President, the next question that the Senator Fede raised was, why didn't you introduce that zero rating? Même zero rating là, il dit qui pas mais passé exempt tout ça. Même zero rating là, il dit qui pas bon. Mais il a dit moi, pour qui ça nous pas mener zero rating là depuis 2022? Why didn't you bring in the zero rating in 2022? So it wasn't good, but we should have done it in 2022. Madam President, where is the logic in that? And you know, I will answer the question he asked. I didn't interrupt him on a point of order. He's asking the government, why didn't you introduce the VAT zero rating of these items in 2022? Madam President, we won the election in 2021. Do you know why we were not able to do that in 2022? Because we were busy reconstructing and repairing the economy that this government left for us. We are a responsible government. So when you come into government, you do an assessment of what you inherit. You know what we inherited? Elections was in July 2021, right? Do you know that we had anxieties about our ability to pay salaries in August? In the very month. Because the coffers, the treasury was virtually empty. They left us with an empty treasury. But this government survived. We were able to make our commitments, pay our debts, pay civil servants, and we embarked on repairing and reconstructing the economy so that by 2023, within 2 years, we had been able to restore some economic stability, see some growth in this economy, to be able to begin the process of removing VAT, exempting VAT, and giving St. Lucians benefits. Madam President, si le gouvernement Flabo te quitté l'économie à une bonne manière en 2021, nous avons commencé ça depuis même là. So to answer his question, you know why, Senator Fede, that we were not able to begin that process in 2022? Because we had work to do to repair the damage that you had done in 2020 by 2021. So, Madam President, you know, they don't want to accept it. Go and do an analysis of where the economy was then among the OECS countries. And all of the Caribbean was affected by COVID. Pas even dis-moi about COVID. C'est pas cette liste tout seul qui était affecté par COVID. All of the whole world had been affected by COVID. Mais sous côté yo, c'est nous qui était ni COVID. However, the other countries in the OECS, go and look at the state of the economy and compare to St. Lucia. Pour qui ça nous pas desatire VAT depuis 1922 parce que nous pour pas quitter rien ban nous teni pour aller manger manière quitter pays. So, Madam President, then you see the opposition always deflects. Chaque fois boucher yo ka faire l'autre side. Yo ka tourner pour ça. Depuis boucher yo ku faire ou dire bagay ou démentir yo ka faire l'autre côté. So when there was no argument at that point, the senator then moved to saying that the Prime Minister asked people to plant more green fig. And by the way, you see, I didn't want to burden you, Madam President, to have to go and stand on a point of order. You know that was actually not true. Madam President, do you know that what he said was untrue? The Prime Minister never said, go and plant green fig. The Prime Minister said to St. Lucians, eat more of what you grow and grow more of what you eat. And he used bananas as an example of one of the items that we should eat more of. Consume more of what we grow. C'est ça Premier Ministre dit. Et qui partait dire créole. Il dit anglais. How could eat more of what you grow mean plant more green fig? You know who said plant more green fig, by the way? Wasn't it the United Workers' Party government when they took office in 2016, told the farmers to go and plant more bananas because we have a market somewhere in France? Tell me if that was not the case. Madam President, I'm wondering, wasn't it the United Workers' Party who told farmers to go and plant more bananas because they had found a market in France or in Martinique? And when the people went to plant bananas, there was no market. Juste toujours pièce, gwen fig pour aller pièce côté. But you see, he's trying to reverse that and try to make it sound that what they said is what Philip Pierre said. Madam President, our Prime Minister speaks with a completely different accent from his leader. So it could not have been mistaken that the Prime Minister said to plant bananas. He never said that. But I didn't want to, I just let it go. I knew I would deal with it now. What the Prime Minister said was, St. Lucians, we are dealing with food security. We want to lower our import bill. And that applies to anyone. Anybody around the world wants to import less than they export. So he says, consume more of what we produce and grow more of what we eat. And incidentally, one of the healthier items that we grow happens to be bananas, rich in potassium and a number of other minerals. And especially when it's ripe. Mais even he parle about green bananas, planté fig. Right? Loaded with iron and other important minerals. Even the skin is nutritious. So if the Prime Minister says to St. Lucians to eat more of what you grow and grow more of what you eat, what is so seriously wrong with that you can come and misrepresent in a debate on VAT? That's another sin? Eh bien, si c'est ça qui péché, through my own grievous fault. Madam President, one final notable statement. The member attempted to tell this chamber that his government subsidized transportation. Madam President, again, I just did not. Madam, qui gouvernement ça là jamais subsidize transportation? How can you stand in this chamber and say that? So, Madam President, when we are debating any motion or bill in this chamber, the opposition finds itself in a, some spiral, trying to deflect and change the argument. But we remain focused. This resolution is about one thing. Madam President, it's about one thing. Making the cost of living more affordable for the people of this country. There's nothing else about that this resolution is here to do. This is simply what it's here to do. And based on the list of items, I have an extensive list I read a few from. Under the headings, our Senator just said, not just 70, but 70 headings, which includes more than 70 items. We believe that when a consumer goes to a supermarket or goes to a store in St. Lucia now, they will enjoy reduced prices, and that is why the Consumer Affairs Department is going to monitor. They will enjoy reduced prices in the cost of goods. That is what it is. Madame Président, les Saint-Lucien aller acheter marchandises. Résolution ça là qu'a fait assurer qui yo kay payer moins l'argent Pupoduya. And that is the essence of this resolution. There's nothing else to it, and no matter what the opposition does, it does not change the fundamental principle and fact of why we brought this to the House. And so, Madam President, I look forward to the tremendous benefits and the savings that this is going to bring to the pockets of St. Lucians. One thing I almost omitted and I did not emphasize when I made the presentation, the VAT removal on some sanitary products, Madam President, is going to be permanent. There will be no end date. And so, PS Gouvernement qui vient après, Diosionom ITSA. I challenge any government down the road, maybe when all of my hair is grey, that will attempt to do that. I don't think St. Lucians will accept it. So I look forward to these benefits, and I really, truly, Madam President, I'm very excited about the benefits that this will be enjoyed by the people of this country. I thank you, Madam President.
Senators, the question is that Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approves the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 3, Number 2 order, which amends Schedule 3 of the Act to include Schedule 1, Number 2 order as zero-rated goods, the following customs tariff heading. C, goods under the following customs tariff headings: 96.19, sanitary towels, pads and tampons, napkins and similar articles of any materials. D, for an additional period of 1 year, commencing from the 2nd day of August 2025 and ending on the 1st day of August 2026, a supply of components of photovoltaic systems intended solely for harnessing solar power under the following custom tariff headings, and the headings are listed here. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bills. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to present for second reading a bill shortly entitled CARICOM Arrest Warrant Treaty. Madam President, as you would have noted, this bill is up for second reading, meaning that it had been presented for first reading previously in this chamber, and that was to allow for adequate consultation and feedback from the various stakeholders. And as you note, Madam President, it is a CARICOM Arrest Warrant Treaty. So it is a regional treaty that is intended to help the countries in the region, the CARICOM member states, to be able to collaborate in many different ways in their crime fighting initiative. Madam President, it is no secret that we in the region, St. Lucia is no exception, have been struggling and have been working and been hit by a whole lot of concerns relating to crime and violence, including gang violence and murders. And this is almost a situation that all of us in the region have had to be dealing with. And some of the initiatives that some of the countries have taken, some of us have had to share strategies and collaborate. They include, Madam President, and St. Lucia has been one of those that has, before today, done a number of things to try to deal with that. And they include, Madam President, anti-gang legislation. We've come to this chamber to deal with that. We have instituted, as we did recently, judge-alone trials. We have also, and that was to increase the pace and the efficiency of the justice system. We have also introduced the swift justice system, Madam President. We have also instituted social programs. For example, under the SSDF, we have had the Boys Matter program to try to curb the deviance from an early stage. We've also supported certain social and civil society movements. So the government has not decided that, okay, we alone know everything about how to solve crime. No. We have had the Ubuntu movement, for example, that have really assisted in bringing some level of resolution and conflict resolution among troubled groups, and the government has actually provided resources for that. So today's initiative, Madam President, is another step in the direction that we have taken as a country to join the rest of the region in ensuring that we don't just try to concentrate on crime fighting at home, which is very important, but we also are willing to, for example, in the bill, share intelligence with the other countries in the region. As you know, Madam President, St. Lucia is a part of a chain of islands. The islands are closely connected. Yes, we're surrounded by water, but there's constant movement of people within the islands, some illegally. And we have our waters and our borders, from within the islands, people can access it. And so we have to ensure that through this piece of legislation, we can share intelligence. The warrants that are issued can be basically effected in more than one island. And there are a number of other initiatives or a few provisions in this bill that I will refer to that will help in our efforts towards combating this. So, Madam President, the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Treaty, and this treaty, by the way, was signed by the government of St. Lucia on the 6th day of July in 2017. And according to the CARICOM, the objective of the treaty under Article 2 was to establish within the Caribbean community, within CARICOM, a system of arrest and surrender of requested persons for the purpose of conducting, in respect of those persons, a criminal prosecution for an applicable offense or executing an custodial sentence or greater punishment where the requested persons have fled from justice and are being convicted or sentenced for an applicable offense. And that happens very often. You have people who are, wanted for certain criminal offenses, but because the islands are close, you see, they disappear, they flee to other countries, they are apprehended, and there are all kinds of red tape and hindrances in being able to either expeditedly repatriate them to their country and get the authorities to collaborate to bring justice. There are a number of issues, Madam President, where there is harboring of criminal elements in neighboring islands. And so the system of surrendering persons on the basis of a CARICOM arrest warrant will reduce the delays and the high costs associated with extradition. So we have seen situations where in the process of extraditing an offender or suspect or even a convicted criminal, there's a lot of bureaucracy and costs associated. And that particular bill is seeking to address that. Madam President, 9 of the member states have signed, and there are 5 states that have ratified the treaty, and it has been in force since the 7th day of June 2019. And that is an acknowledgement of the enhanced security in the CARICOM region for further deepening the regional integration. Excuse me. So, Madam President, that by itself suggests that we have a serious problem within the region. And if we do not address it adequately, it will only add to the already existing problems that we have in our own country. So we do not want, we already have to deal with the gang issues, the criminal activity, the offenders within our space. We cannot afford to be allowing for more issues from other regional neighbors to be compounding the issues we already have. So it's very important that we as a region coordinate and collaborate in the crime fighting initiatives. Madam President, the Articles 4 to 12 in this bill of the treaty, it provides for the grounds for issuance of CARICOM arrest warrants. So it means a single warrant can be effected, and judicial and central authorities, and particularly relating and particulars relating to the CARICOM arrest warrant, transmission of a CARICOM arrest warrant, arrest and detention, surrendering procedures, surrendering decisions, effect of the surrender, and grounds for refusal to execute the arrest warrant. All of these provisions are made in this piece of legislation. Madam President, in order to ratify the treaty, St. Lucia enacted the CARICOM arrest warrant, Treaty Cap 1928, which came into force on the 16th of September 2019. In the current act, provisions are made to give the treaty force, the force of law in St. Lucia, to state the judicial authority and designation of central authority provisions for arrest and detention, committal to custody, to await surrender, surrender proceedings, and the surrender of the requested person. Madam President, there is also the definition of the minister within the bill, being defined as the Minister for National Security under Clause 2. So it speaks specifically to who is who and who does what. And in Part 1 of the bill, the CARICOM arrest warrant makes provisions for an issuing or issuance of judicial authority under Clause 7 of the bill. And the grounds for the issuance of the CARICOM arrest warrant under Clause 8 of the bill, as well as the central authority under Clause 9 of the bill. In Clauses 10, 11, and 12, Madam President, the bill provides for the expenses of administering the bill, the executing judicial authority, and the power to arrest and surrender. Under Clause 14, the form of the CARICOM arrest warrant is provided for the transmission of the warrant, and in Clause 13, the form is presented. Madam President, provisions are made under Clauses 15, 16, and 17 of the bill for the authentication of a document, arrest and detention, and the jurisdiction of a magistrate. A requested person may consent to being surrendered to and issuing participating member under Clause 18 of the bill. Madam President, in Clauses 19, 20, and 21, the bill provides for more provisions to be made for a CARICOM arrest warrant relating to more than one offense, the surrender procedure, and surrender decision. So it goes all on and on, clause by clause, to explain the various provisions made, that all of which are targeted towards ensuring that there is proper coordination, proper cooperation, and execution of the various provisions that the bill makes. Madam President, if I may move to the last section of the bill, the CARICOM arrest warrant Act Cap 1928 under Clause 41 of the bill and 42 provides for savings and transitional provisions. So our government continues to invest, Madam President, in the Royal St. Lucia Police Force, because we are aware of the implications of the criminal activity. By extension, the Ministry of National Security providing the necessary financial and technical, human, and other resources necessary for crime prevention and crime fighting. Based on what this bill says, there is mention of administration and cost, and we are aware of the costs associated with being effective in crime fighting. Only yesterday, Madam President, the government issued bulletproof vests for every member of the Royal St. Lucia Police Force. Everybody. And this is a strong signal towards our willingness to ensure that police officers are safe when executing their duties. We also provided a vehicle that will be able to do forensic analysis on site. That's unheard of, Madam President. That minimizes a lot of technicalities, and we have a lawyer in the chamber, and he may be able to appreciate some of what can happen that can contaminate evidence, that can make it difficult for prosecution to get justice for a victim because of what can happen on a crime scene, between the crime scene and custody, or the crime scene and hospitalization on whatever else happens. So these are examples of our government being in line with what the CARICOM Treaty requires, that the proper resources are made available to your law enforcement agencies to be able to execute and be effective. Madam President, again, the St. Lucian, our government is committed to ensuring that the recommendations that are made in Schedule 1, and that is in Clause 6 of the bill, which speaks to the application or the applicable offenses, and we are confident that the efficacy in assisting with the safety and security of our country is achieved. And so, Madam President, this bill is being presented for passage through this chamber so that to ratify the CARICOM Arrest Treaty, the CARICOM Warrant Treaty, Arrest Warrant Treaty, by leading and thereby leading to a seamless manner of handling persons who come into conflict with the law and within the CARICOM nations, not only in St. Lucia, but within the nations. And we will continue, Madam President, to work alongside our member states in the OECS and in CARICOM to ensure that our region remains secure and that there's significantly mitigate the crime situation, which obviously we need to manage and we need to keep under control, and as it relates particularly to the drug trade, gun violence, and the illegal movement of either suspects, would-be suspects, or criminal elements within the region. And so, Madam President, I think it's essential that as a member of CARICOM, we ratify and cooperate and make sure that this CARICOM Arrest Warrant Treaty gets through this legislation is passed, so that we can be not just in compliance, but we can also be able to benefit from the collaboration of the countries within CARICOM. So I put this to this chamber for its support in that regard, Madam President.
Senators, the question is that the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Treaty Bill be read a second time. Senator Fede.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to make some brief comments on this bill at a time when crime is threatening to overwhelm our country. Madam President, just a couple Saturdays ago, or was it last Saturday, we witnessed a most horrendous experience in our city's capital, where at least 8 people were shot, 2 perished to gun violence. That, Madam President, would have brought the number of homicides in the month of August to 50, according to police reports. Madam President, to the people who were scampering for their safety and the people who were standing by innocently, this represents an unprecedented situation in our country's capital. And so this bill, as presented here today, to effect increased cooperation within the Caribbean region so that we can arrive at a joint effort to try to win and to overcome the ordeal that many of our citizens need to face and confront on a daily basis, is welcomed by the opposition. However, Madam President, it will take more than deepening cooperation. It will take more than exchanging information. Madam President, it will take leadership at the local level. Madam President, last year, the stats suggest that there were about 77 people who were gunned down, slaughtered, laid in their own blood, picked up by emergency officials, some pronounced dead on site, while others pronounced dead at the hospital. Madam President, everything we have tried, and the member mentioned bulletproof vests, at press briefings in the Prime Minister's office. I've seen the press releases which suggest about increased number of vehicles, more patrols on the streets. But Madam President, while we're doing all of that, the crime problem in St. Lucia is foremost on most people's minds. The level of anxiety in the country is blatantly heightened. And Madam President, people go to bed each night thinking, is it my turn to be burglarized at gunpoint? Madam President, businesses have had to increase security costs because of this phenomenon of crime and homicides, which continue to grip our country. Madam President, residents of St. Lucia have avoided going to certain parts of our country. Nowhere in our country appears to be safe. The crime problem, Madam President, threatens to undermine the very fabric of our society. All of our long-term aspirations for prosperity and for growth and advancement could be toppled by this phenomenon. And so, Madam President, I alluded a short time ago that there needs to be leadership. It needs to be leadership of the police, yes. But I do believe, Madam President, that the time has come for the government to clearly outline what is the strategy to fight crime. And I'm hoping that when the leader of government business stands up to rebut this debate, that he will be able to tell me concisely and clearly what is the strategy. Madam President, too often I have heard the Minister for National Security and the Prime Minister, whose sacred responsibility to me is to protect the people of this country. I've heard too often him say that his father was a policeman and not him, as if, Madam President, to pass the buck to the police, to say that the police is responsible. But I want to put it to the government side today that when the police have to intervene in matters of homicides, that the police is merely responding to situations that have already gone bad. My question to the government side today, what are those preventative measures that you are taking? What are those strategies that you have implemented since coming to office? And what's the plan going forward? What is the policy? Madam President, as we debate this rather important bill, the CARICOM exchange warrant, the CARICOM arrest warrant treaty, it is important to note, Madam President, that just recently the police commissioner was on television. And I felt really sorry for the police commissioner because he said that the news of an important murder case of none other than Shakadan Daniel, who was found hanging in a jail cell in the Micoud police station, that the news disappeared. A very important piece of evidence required to solve this matter, and it disappeared. The police commissioner also went on to inform the nation, Madam President, that an important piece of exhibit in the Kimberly de Leon case, this is a mother who was murdered in the safety of her home, a place where she should have felt safest, gunned down on her Moran Chef Harry Drive apartment. Her mother is one of my heroes. She keeps going to different offices, whether it's the DPP office, whether it's the police offices, whether it is various government offices. And what she does, Madam President, she is there seeking for justice, trying her best, Madam President, to see how best she can get answers to the unresolved murder of her daughter, Madam President. And so, Madam President, on behalf of these people, we must fix our justice system. The backlog of cases is not going to help. It's not going to help the well-meaning outcomes that we expect from the signing of the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Treaty Bill, which we are debating here today. That's not going to help, Madam President. Sharing of information with our CARICOM brothers and sisters and sister countries and neighbors in CARICOM is not going to work by itself. We need a homegrown strategy that is clear, that is concise, and that is going to deal with a number of these issues. Quite recently as well, Madam President, the only dog within our canine unit got poisoned. Imagine that, Senator. The dog got poisoned after making significant...
Madam President, sorry. I rise on a point of order.
You are standing. I have not called you yet, Senator.
Sorry.
Senator Jawahir.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise on a point of order.
What is your point of order?
Madam President, the member is misleading the House. The member states that the dog was poisoned. Maybe he has different information than me, because I do not recall the Commissioner of Police or any police authorities saying that the canine was poisoned. So if he has that information, maybe he can share it with us, because none of us know that.
Senator Gibeon, Ferdinand, please. Senator Fede, this information has been brought to us that the canine met its demise, or it died. However, you have indicated that it's poison. So you have to either retract and give the fact as expressed by the police that it died or it was killed, or if you have information about whether it was poison that you wish to make available to the Senate. So you have that option.
Thank you so much, Madam President. I thank the Senator for her intervention, Madam President. It was widely covered in the press that rat poison was found within the dog. Widely covered. I'm shocked that the rat poison was found in the system of the dog.
Okay, you have this from a news item?
I would have to look for it. I'm very shocked that my colleague senators...
Well, I will have to insist that you present it to us, make it a document, because this is the first time I'm hearing it myself. So, senators, let's have some order. We will hold back on this. You shall make this a document of the House. In the meantime, you need to retract this. Failing to present that, you will have to retract this. I'm sorry. We cannot put this on record unless you have presented that document to the House.
Madam President, I'm very happy to withdraw it in the interest of the lack of resourcefulness of my members opposite. No problem. Madam President.
Are you retracting, Senator?
Yeah, I did retract. Okay. Good. So, Madam President, I will present to this House, as soon as I'm finished with my debate, coverage in the media which showed that there was rat poison in the system of the dog. Okay? But anyways, Madam President, the dog met its demise. What's that? I adjust the chair.
Okay, Senator Fede retracted his statement. However, you went on to say that you will provide to this Senate information, factual information from a credible source that indicates that from the media, okay, that rat poison was found in the... Okay. This must be done today, Senator. Okay.
A very resourceful senator has so easily provided it for me. And it reads, this is Google Online. In St. Lucia, police canine officer Tyson, a dog donated by the French government, died under suspicious circumstances. The Royal St. Lucia Police Force confirmed his death as untimely and suspicious after he allegedly ingested a poisonous substance.
Senator Jean.
Madam President, on a point of order, the member needs to cite the source. He just says Google Online. Is that a source?
Yes. Senator Fede, we need to know which news. Agency that you're quoting from. Google Online is... I am sorry, but I think at this level of debate, we cannot accept Google Online. We are higher than this, okay? So we'll have to withdraw this one again and withdraw that statement that you've just made.
Madam.
Senator Ferdinand.
Thank you.
Are you now asking me to sit down?
What is your point? Is this a point of order or elucidation?
Madam, I'm rising on a point of order. I'm waiting for your approval. Madam President, even what I'm rising on a point of order that Senator Fede is misleading the House, the chamber. Even what he just read from a source that we cannot even verify, what he read indicated that there is a suspicion of a poisonous substance. Senator Fede was specific, saying that, may I finish? Senator Fede used the term rat poison. A poisonous substance can be anything, according to his source that is still yet to be verified. He stood here before he referenced any source and said that the canine was died out because there was rat poison. I am saying, Madam President, Senator Fede seems to have a lot of information about what is going on there, because there's no way he could have cited rat poison. That's a very specific bit of information. So I'm saying, Madam President, that is grossly misleading, and poisonous substance and rat poison don't mean the same thing. So if Senator Fede has said that there was rat poison found within the animal, when there is still a toxicology report being awaited, that means that Senator Fede has gone ahead and made an untrue diagnosis himself. And I believe, Madam President, given the seriousness and the sensitivity of that matter, we cannot tolerate and allow Senator Fede to make these kinds of grossly wrong and misleading statements in this chamber about this matter. So I believe he has to completely withdraw that statement. If he wants to provide the source thereafter, and we can all accept it is a credible source and so was done, fine. But at this point, neither the source is credible, and the statement he made is not supported by what he read in the source. So, Madam President, I am very concerned that if this continues, we are going to be feeding wrong information into the records, and that are also very implicating and dangerous.
Senator Fede, this is a very serious matter, and really serious. And I think at that level of discourse in the Senate, my suggestion is that you withdraw the entire utterance about the dog being poisoned or ingesting rat poison, and also that Google, that online Google site that you just quoted. Withdraw the entire thing. As indicated, there is nothing that I have heard or any of us in this space have heard or read credibly coming from the police, the Royal St. Lucia Police Force, that is, of course, the main agency that we should get information from, indicating otherwise. So with that in mind, we cannot, as the highest office here, to have irresponsible information being put out there in the public domain. It makes us look very, very irresponsible, and as that, I must ask you to retract the entire thing, Senator Fede.
Very well, Madam President. I withdraw.
I would like to hear I withdraw the statement about the dog being poisoned but ingesting rat poison. I also withdraw the statement read from the online agency, the news agency. I want it specific. I will not be held accountable in that regard. Nope.
Madam President, as you have stated verbatim, I withdraw.
Senator Fede,
yeah, as you have stated verbatim, I withdraw.
You say, you uttered it, you retract it.
But Madam President, you've quoted word for word what I've said, and I'm saying, as you have quoted verbatim, I withdraw.
I repeat, you uttered it, you withdraw it.
Madam President, I'm making it absolutely clear to you, and respectfully, that I withdraw the statement. Which other statement could I be talking about? About the statement about the alleged poisoning of the dog. I withdraw it. Is that okay? Or is there something else I must add?
The statement about the news article that you read.
Yeah. So
you're withdrawing that as well.
So here's the thing, Madam President. I think that if I'm going to withdraw the statement about the online, then Senator Ferdinand must also withdraw statements he made about the veracity of my claim. I'll tell you why. Because the members opposite have cited that the source is not credible. But Senator Gibeon Ferdinand has stood up based on the fact that the source said allegedly, and he, in fact, substantiated that because that source said allegedly, then he has predicated an argument to say that I am wrong and I need to withdraw it. So he's got to make up his mind. It's either he accepts the source or he does not accept the source. So he's going to have to withdraw the statement he made about me quoting an online source and using that as a credible source, because he did and hang on to the very fact that the article or the blurb from Google suggests allegedly. And Senator Gibeon Ferdinand, the leader of government business, has actually made that quite clear, and it was accepted. So I am asking, Madam President, through you, that that statement be withdrawn. Now, here is the Nation News newspaper in Barbados. Everything takes time. Okay, but so Madam President, as we deal with this withdrawal, I'm asking that he withdraws that as well.
Senator Fede. Senator Fede, we are not arguing semantics back and forth. I have respectfully asked you to withdraw the information, the statement that you read from the Google online. You withdrew your statement that you made about the dog ingesting rat poison. I asked you also to withdraw that information that you read, that you put forward on record from Google online or Google. I asked you to please withdraw this from our records. I'm asking and I'm waiting.
Then, as you have requested, I will withdraw the statement from Google. But I will put on record a media report from the Nation News of Barbados and their coverage. Is that
Senator,
a credible
can
newspaper?
I stop you right there?
Yeah.
Due to the sensitivity of this matter, I am forced, and hear me well.
Yes,
Senator Polius, I can hear you, and I'm speaking. The chair must be heard in silence. The Royal St. Lucia Police Force and the other agencies within crime fighting in St. Lucia has yet to put out an official statement about the demise of the canine or the animal. In light of this, in this space, I will accept no other agency, news from any other agency, unless it's official coming from here in St. Lucia. Same way that Google Online can be used, an agency from Barbados can pull it out and post it. If it says a report from the Royal St. Lucia Police Force or the Forensic Unit, St. Lucia officially stated that's the only way it will be placed on record here. Barring this, it will not be placed on our records in this space. Be guided accordingly.
Very well, Madam President, very well. Madam President, the K9 unit right now in St. Lucia is without a single dog. This one dog K9 unit, before the unfortunate death of Tyson, was very successful, Madam President, in intercepting guns and drugs and cash coming into the borders. Madam President, reports suggest from the Royal St. Lucia Police Force that this dog was very successful in intercepting illegal substances. This bill, Madam President, or the treaty becomes even more.
Senator Ferdinand.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Fede has just made a statement that I believe is misleading and untrue. He has just stated that the K9 unit in St. Lucia is being run without a single dog. That's what he said. And that statement is incorrect. And so I wish to inform him that he should not imply that as we speak, there is no K9, there's not a single dog in the K9 unit. All of us know of Tyson, but that means he's giving the impression that it was only Tyson that was part of the K9 unit. So his last statement is incorrect again.
Senator Feder.
I'm sorry, Madam President, for again, because of the sensitivity of the situation, I do not wish to go out and divulge any more information, but I'm just saying to Senator Fede that his statement that the St. Lucia Police Force is without a single dog in the K9 unit is not factual and should be withdrawn.
Senator Fede.
Madam President, I have no way of verifying that that's a statement of fact because the historics of the K9 unit in St. Lucia is as such. When the United Workers' Party administration existed, we handed over a K9 unit of 3 dogs. The St. Lucia Labour Party administration has said that it is too expensive to run and pay the supplier for that K9 unit. And those are all facts. The Prime Minister is on record of saying it. The Deputy Prime Minister is on record of saying that it is too expensive to pay the supplier X amount for that. And that contract was cancelled. For many months, we were without a single dog. The Prime Minister was also on record suggesting that they had the scanners to compensate for the K9 or the lack of dogs in the K9 unit. And so therefore, Madam President, the French government, in their cooperative agreement with St. Lucia, gifted us Tyson. And Tyson was the only dog that we know of that existed within the K9 unit. If the government of St. Lucia has had an injection of new dogs into the K9 unit, then it's up to for the leader of government business to tell us dates, number of dogs, and what has really happened. But, Madam President, stand in the House.
I am taking this very seriously, and because this is a very, very sensitive issue and a matter of national security. And I repeat, as leaders in this country, we have to be responsible in our utterances because the whole world is listening to us. The leader of government business has indicated that you have provided wrong information. Senator Fede, my guidance to you is to say that as far as you are aware, you do not know of any other dog. But you are asking the leader of government business to divulge information which may be very sensitive and for national security. And I know you to be more responsible than that. So I'm putting you on the spot right now to change what you say and say, as far as you are aware. Okay, he has indicated to you what you said was incorrect. You cannot ask him to divulge. You cannot do that, Senator. Be responsible. Be responsible. And say as far as you are aware.
Very well, Madam President. As far as I'm aware, there is 0 dogs, 0, not in the canine unit. None. None. 0. So don't bluff the public that because of national security concerns that you are hiding the information.
Senator, take your seat. As the presiding officer, I am guiding you accordingly. This matter is a sensitive one. It's one of national security. I will ask you this last time. Move away from this dispute. Move away. Move away. Move on to speak about the CARICOM arrest warrant. No, this situation about the K9 unit, this is where you're going and it's causing a little bit of a problem. Okay?
Wow. Madam President, I'm guided by you. Thank you. I must say that that's very, very strange that in a democratic country that the opposition, a minority that should be protected and whose rights should always be ensured, the Prime Minister is on record publicly of saying that he canceled the previous contract of the dogs. I am a bit confused that it's a national security concern now, and it wasn't a national security concern then for the Minister of National Security to say that he canceled the contract of the dogs. But Madam President, I'm guided by you. I'm moving on. So Madam President.
Madam President.
Senator Jawahir.
Madam President, I rise on a point of order.
It's your point of order, Senator.
Zapata. The member is misleading the House, and he stood earlier and said that the Prime Minister spoke of it being a matter of national security, and he's concerned that only now it cannot be revealed. But it is public information, and if you can permit me, I will just inform the member before he continues to mislead that on, and I can make this a document of the House, that April 9th, 2025, the Royal St. Lucia Police Force did put out some information that they received another K9 unit that week. So maybe he is not aware, but we are not in a position as a government to see how many dogs the police have, but it is public information, and it is on their communications that they received another dog in April of this year.
You are saying, you're contradicting yourself, Senator. You said they got a K9 unit, and now you're saying another dog. Which one is it? What did the police information indicate?
They received another K9 in April of 2025.
Senator Fede. Leader of government business.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise on a point of order, and I think the standing orders are very clear about the nature of the discussions we have in this House on matters that are sub judice and matters that are sensitive to national security. I believe that it is very important that we note that the conversation we're having now, and Senator Fede is pushing this, is we have to tread cautiously on what we divulge about our national security. I So are we supposed to be discussing how many units of ammunition we have? What is the next raid the police is going to cause? This is very serious. We're talking about the K9 unit. Now, we can make brief comments about it, but for us to be going into depth about a discussion about how many and how many left, I do not believe, Madam President, in the interest of national security, debate or no debate, that this should be this kind of information should be divulged so loosely into the public domain. This is national security. There is a limit to which we conduct, and the standing orders do speak to that, Madam President. That is why matters that are that are sub judice or that are subject to that are in the court are not engaged in this chamber for the very same reason. So I think for us to even engage in that back and forth about how many dogs, how many K9, and how many we had and zero, Madam President, that's very dangerous. What kind of information are we putting out there for the public consumption? Everybody listens to the debate in this House, not just decent people, all kinds of people. I think this is very dangerous, and I think Senator Fede is deliberate in trying to force information on national security out of this side. And as the leader of government business, as part of this government, I will not be dragged or lured into doing so. That would be very irresponsible of me. And as legislators in this chamber, we must not try to do those things when we know there are implications for national security. So I urge you, Madam President, to please encourage this entire chamber to move away from discussing sensitive matters that will bring national security information into the debate that is completely unnecessary at this time.
Senator Fede, I urge you to move along with your debate dealing with the matter of the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Treaty Bill. Failure to do so, I shall use the standing orders and have to stop your presentation. Move away completely from the K9 discourse into dealing with the matter of the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Treaty Bill. You have 10 minutes to proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Always guided by you. Madam President, while the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Treaty Bill is important to exchange information and to collaborate between our sister islands and our neighbors, surely the members opposite or the leader of government business is not saying that we will overcome the crime crisis facing our country by viewing this in isolation. I sincerely hope that's not what he's saying. Because, Madam President, he has made it absolutely clear here today that there were other measures that this government has done. And let me read a number of other things that he has done in this debate. He told us about the anti-gang legislation. He told us about the judge alone trials. He told us about the swift justice system. He told us about better information sharing to reduce criminals hiding in neighboring islands. So, Madam President, the leader of government business did not confine his comments to this bill, and I think it's unfair to ask me to do that. I think I need to be allowed to have a debate that is all-encompassing to address the main purpose of this bill, and which is to solve the crime situation in the country. So, Madam President, I realize that the members opposite are running very afraid and are anxious about information on the K9 unit. And there is a certain level of reluctance to talk about the people's business while Rome is burning. While we have a serious crime situation in this country, the government's response is to muzzle the opposition. The government's response is to use their majority in the parliament to try to silence the opposition from speaking on very important matters of national security. And so, Madam President, I note the double standards by them. I noted, Madam President, they have been completely duplicitous. On the one hand, they say that they canceled the contract. And that is the Prime Minister who said so.
Senator Fede,
Yes.
what contract are you referring to?
of the K9 unit.
Senator Feder, please take your seat.
Take my seat
Yes. I'm stopping your conversation right there.
No problem.
Leader of Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam President, for that accommodation. Just some very short observations and I guess comments with regard to the bill and the wider crime situation and the debates that have been having, not just in the chamber, but throughout St. Lucia on it. And there have been multiple suggestions as to how we can combat crime in St. Lucia. There have been multiple proposals. People have put forward all sorts of suggestions and solutions. And one thing occurred to me, that a lot of the suggestions seem to be motivated by anecdotal evidence. What we feel about crime, what we've observed in our own individual observations. But I'm not sure how much of it is informed by detailed research, and more to the fact, up-to-date detailed research. And perhaps that is an area that our approach to the crime problem in St. Lucia and in the region generally has been lacking. And so I would like, I like to get up and encourage the government to do things. I would like to encourage the government to engage in that level of in-depth research so that we can recognize not just what is happening, because we collect statistics all the time about what crimes are occurring and where they're occurring, but perhaps we need to delve a little bit more in depth as to the motivation of the persons who engage in criminal activity, why they're engaging in these criminal activities, and what perhaps might stop them from doing it. Both from discussing with them directly as well as having understood their motivations, perhaps then we can see how we can divert them from these activities better. I think it's important, and there's a recognition in this treaty, that crime is not only in local. Criminals do not in any way pay any great degree of obedience to borders. Crime tends to be multinational in a lot of cases. And I think if, again, looking at it anecdotally, we recognize that there's a lot of influence from different countries on the crimes being committed, as well as the persons who are committing those crimes. And that is solutions taking inspiration from persons overseas, as well as solutions going overseas to commit crimes. And so I think it is vitally important that we engage in these sort of CARICOM-wide attempts to combat and fight crime. The one thing that occurs to me, I'm wondering why it's taken so long for this bill to come to Parliament, considering that the treaty has been in force since 2018. I know there was an initial iteration of this, and this is actually repealing that and bringing it back to Parliament. But that being said, I think too often we recognize steps that need to be taken, but we don't act quickly enough to enact them. And so there does need to be that level of urgency, I think is the best word I can use, to make sure that when we have good ideas, that we implement them as quickly as possible to get them operating. The leader of opposition business, referred to the events on Saturday. And again, I know I said that we need to have a more academic approach to fighting crime, but just give me a chance to give my anecdotal view on things. And I found Saturday was disturbing for a number of reasons. And I express my condolences to the persons who have died as well as the persons who are injured. But not being one who follows social media too much, I didn't learn of the shootings in town, at least the first set of shootings, until I was already on my way to town. And driving past the market, the first thing that struck me was how normal it seemed. You would not have expected that half an hour before, there had been a deadly shooting just about 200 yards up the road, because I came down the highway and onto Pena Street. You would not have recognized that just maybe half an hour ago, a deadly incident had happened. There was so much bustling activity going on in and around the market. I then happened to be in town at the same time that the shooting occurred by the presbytery. Fortunately, at the time, I was in a store, and so therefore not on the road. But again, I was less than 200 yards from the shooting. But life continued like nothing happened. Persons ran into the store and they were alert, but they continued, having come into the store, they didn't realize, hey, I'm in a shop, and then continued shopping. And going out onto the street, again, you saw the hubbub, the police were around, but life continued in a manner that you would not have expected given what had just transpired. And it made me wonder, is it a situation that St. Lucians have become so desensitized to these activities that life continues almost unabated despite the fact that somebody's life has just come to an end? I don't know how we are going to combat that. I don't profess to be an expert in it, but it was alarming to me that, things continued in an almost normal fashion despite the fact of what had just transpired. And in some ways, I think I try to look at the positive. It means we are very resilient people. It means that we face our challenges head on. But at the same time, I'm also concerned that perhaps we are getting desensitized. We are getting to the point where, oh well, another one, and we just move on. The interventions definitely need to be more than just crime fighting. We need to look at the social impact that this crime is having on St. Lucia, how people are dealing with it, and how it's impacting on them. Because if we get to the situation and a situation where we can walk past a dead body, for example, without recognizing, I think we are getting to a point where it's very concerning that we are losing our humanity. And we need to find ways of combating that. I think I've made the point before that I believe, again, anecdotally, that one of the main causes of crime is the fact that we have alienated persons. We no longer feel the connection, the community that we used to have. And so persons are quite willing or quite capable of committing very heinous activities because they don't see the value in others. In some cases, they don't even see the value in themselves. And so whatever interventions we are seeking to do must involve that recalibration of our social compass, our moral compass, so that we can begin to get back to community where we see value in each other, where we see the importance in assisting and helping each other. And St. Lucians, historically, traditionally, and they still do, because they still are elements. I see fellas, your car runs off the road, people will come out to assist you. And so there's still a lot of good in St. Lucian society, and I think what we need to do is try to amplify that. That being said, a comment was made, and I want to just endorse it, that despite the fact that we have had a disturbing number of murders occurring in St. Lucia, that generally the police are doing a very good job in terms of combating and investigating crime. And I think that we need to make sure that in our reporting, our speaking about the situation, that we encourage the police to continue doing a good job. I think that they've had record seizures of narcotics and guns and ammunition. It's somewhat concerning that they've actually seized so many weapons, but yet still gun violence continues almost unabated. But I think I want to go on record as commending the police for the hard work that they have done and they continue to do. And I want to encourage them because they are putting their lives on the line now, especially with the kind of high-powered weapons that the criminals have. But they continue to put their lives on the line to interdict and to investigate these activities. These are just my observations with regard to the legislation. Oh, before I said, sorry, I just want to continue to encourage as much as possible, again, the region-wide approach to fighting crime. I think it's time that we enhance the RSS and perhaps start looking at the creation of a regional, for want of a better expression, Federal Bureau of Investigation, a regional FBI sort of entity who can come in, who has powers of investigation, without necessarily needing the invitation of the government to come in and carry out those investigations, to just strengthen our crime fighting abilities. So that's, again, just a suggestion that I think perhaps we might want to investigate. But again, I want to go back to the necessity of doing some deep dives into the causes of crime and the potential methods of resolving it. Because I think a lot of what we are proposing is based on what we see, what we feel, without necessarily having the data to back it up, as well as perhaps the data that we do use often tends to come from the metropolitan countries rather than our own local situation. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Goddard.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to associate with some of the observations made by Senator Lee, especially with regard to an approach based on empiricism. Empiricism in regard to psychosocial analysis. I think he has made a very poignant observation in saying that a lot of our reactions to the issue of crime, a lot of these reactions are solely based on perhaps the very personal traumas that we feel in our various neighborhoods, in our day-to-day lives, as to what is going on. You will hear people reacting by saying, they should bring in a new restore confidence, they should do this, they should do that, they should do the other. Off-the-cuff reactions. However, I must take, and I want to say from the onset that I support this bill, and I support this bill on the grounds that there is need for that cooperation, that coordination in the region as far as the crime fighting aspect is concerned. Because although members on the other side would have us believe that St. Lucia is the epitome of this explosion of crime, we know otherwise, and therefore that is the only reason why we find ourselves in a situation where the community, the regional community, is cooperating in such an approach. And so we must avoid the temptation of politicizing crime in order to attempt to win an election. Now, you hear all the time, we should not politicize crime, we should not politicize crime. And in the very next 2, 3, 4 statements that we make, these statements are exactly that, the politicization of crime. We are being dishonest. We are being disingenuous. We should not politicize crime. But Kenny didn't, I can. We should not politicize crime. But we are talking about an explosion of murders and giving a very graphic description of what happened on Saturday morning, as if it is now the end of the world. It is now virtually a kind of crime Armageddon. This is what we do. This disingenuousness of claiming or associating ourselves with the idea of not politicizing crime, while in fact politicizing it. I would like to take the opportunity to point out that the government of the St. Lucia Labour Party, the administration of the Honorable Philip J. Pierre, has recognized that crime must be dealt with, and I didn't say fought, but must be dealt with, must be addressed, because this idea of a war on crime, a war on this, a war on that, these are approaches we take from other societies that believe in war. And in that war on this and war on that, they perpetuate the more negative aspects of wars and they multiply it. But we do not want to have a war on crime. What we need is an effective addressing of the issue of crime. And I would like to note that in understanding that there are many facets to crime, the causation of crime, I am no psychologist, but I dare say one can understand that there are various causations of crime, and one can understand that crime needs to be addressed at the level of social interventions, at the level of economic intervention, at the level of initiatives within our enforcement, our legal enforcement, in our judiciary, at all of these levels. And there is an interplay at all levels. One is not compartmentalized from the other. And it takes time to unfold. Yes, you will say we do not have time, but time is exactly what we have, because time is the medium through and the space through which we work and through which we are constrained. And what is important is that we employ the interventions now that we hope are going to have the effect that we need, so that we can effectively deal with the matter of crime. The question of community, Senator Lee touched on that. There was a time when you wouldn't think of these kind of heinous crimes, because there was more of a question of community and intimacy of our societies that one would say mitigated against that. Our societies are not so much larger now. Our society, as a matter of fact, in St. Lucia, the population seems to have plateaued. And as far as numbers go, we are still small. Our communities are small. I dare say in the whole Caribbean, we have very small communities. And one would expect that in these very small communities, the closeness, the intimacy, that community feeling should mitigate, as it has done in the past, should mitigate this kind of crime, especially violent crime. However, for a number of causes, including perhaps outside influences, including the development of our economy in certain directions that have perhaps taken away, that have impacted the family. And that is another issue, the impact on the family. And once there is an impact on the family, you have to look at the repairing of that, and it is going to take time to repair that. You look at the access to weapons, especially guns, and some very powerful guns. All of these come together in a crucible that makes a powder keg that has led to what is happening today. And so, it is not something that we are going to be able to, we would be happy if tomorrow morning we would wake up and we would hear there is zero crime, whether it be just petty crime or whether it be violent crime, I'm sure we will be happy. But we know we do not live in a utopia. And therefore, we should understand that what we should do is try to take the measures based on empirical study, based on empirical evidence, that is going to help us to deal effectively with this. But it does not help us to deal effectively with crime when we go about trying to Kenny can't, I will. When we try to describe in the most graphic ways the latest burst of murder here, mayhem there, and over there, and one gets the impression that it is almost gleefully being described. What happens when you now, if you happen to become the government of the next day and you have to deal with these issues? Kenny can't, I will. But in 2017, after you had made that statement, there was in one fell swoop a doubling of violent crime here in this little island. So let us stop this posturing. Let us stop this pretense that we're not politicizing crime, but in fact, in the statements you make and in your behavior, you are politicizing crime. And let nobody fool you, right? The opposition is in fact politicizing crime. And I have no qualms about it. I have no qualms about making that statement. They are politicizing crime. When you invite them to symposiums, they either don't turn up or they send second level leadership. And then they come back and they say,
yeah, Madam President, I'm very sorry to disturb Mr. Senator Goddard. Again, he continues to utter a point of order. He's misleading the House. Utter untruth. We have never been invited to any symposium regarding crime, and we don't show up. That's not true. Come on, you're better than that.
Senator Gordon.
Madam President, I have made the statement, and I am not going to say that the opposition has never turned up anywhere. I have made the statement that the opposition has been at times invited to these, and the top level leadership has not turned up, and they have sent second level leadership because they did not find it. They did not find it fitting to attend. And yet, they want us to believe that they are serious about fighting crime. Perhaps they believe that we will be serious about fighting crime after we get into office, after we have done a demolition job by using crime, but I'm sorry, this is not the way it works. This is not the way it works.
Madam President, I rise on the point of order again. The members misleading the House by insinuating that we're not taking this problem seriously, which is why we're adding so much effort on researching and making sure that we sound our voice on very important issues regarding the crime-fighting efforts of the country, news disappearing, evidence disappearing, a whole host of issues, my friend.
Senator Gordon.
Madam President, sounding your voice, that shows you serious. The manner in which you sound your voice shows that you are disingenuous. So sounding one's voice does not show that they are serious about fighting the scourge of crime. And perhaps somewhere, again, as I say, I do not believe that any one of us likes to see crime proliferate. But however, if some of us believe that we can use the proliferation of crime against our political opponents, so that we demolish our political opponents. And when we get to office, or if we get into office, we will demonstrate our seriousness in fighting crime. Well, I am sorry. I am sorry, we are terribly misled, because when that horse has bolted, you're not going to easily put it back in. Les cheval ça là, Jack quitté les chiwia, ou pas ça jamais mené en tué encore. Ça fait crime ça là, ça fait criminel. Alors, last point approche ça là, côté qui nous crée, nous ça dit, Kenny pas ça fait, moins ça fait, moins qu'il fait. Mais après ça, qui ça qui a fait? Même bagaille là, crime là qui a multiplié. En 2017, ça qui fait, après ils ont fait même parole ça là, il y en a multiplié par deux. And you want to tell me that you are taking the fighting of crime seriously? So let us address ourselves as St. Lucians, whether we are born here or we are not born here. But let us address ourselves as St. Lucians to the serious fighting of crime. It is not in the interest of any one of us, our families, our friends, anybody, to sail into office on the perceptions that St. Lucia is the worst theater of crime, and therefore, and it is because of Philip J. Pierre and the Labour Party, and we can and we will, and therefore put us in a, you will be very, very, very sorry that this is the approach that you are taking. Having said so, Madam President, Madame la Présidente, having said so, I would like to add my voice in support of the bill before us. Thank you.
Senator Shaw.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I just have a few brief remarks to make in relation to the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Treaty. But Madam President, I beg for leave, Madam President, to extend condolences to the families of those who were murdered within the past few weeks. Madam President, being a victim of crime myself, I have always had this affiliation with the mothers of those who have lost children, especially as a result of criminal activity. But within the recent incidents, we saw that there were innocent bystanders who were also impacted by that criminal activity. Now, Madam President, I believe that we ought not to just see this through emotional lens. And Madam President, I am asking that we all join our voices in denouncing the crimes that we are seeing taking place. And I am asking my fellow senators here to stand with me and denounce the crimes that have been committed, the crimes that are being committed, because there were murders, but almost every other day now you're seeing an article where there's been a shooting here, where a vehicle was shot, where the persons were shot, where the certain things. So I am asking especially my colleagues in the opposition, to stand with me and denounce the criminal activity that is taking place on our island. That is where we can unite. Stand with me now. I am standing, and I am sure the President will grant leave for everyone in here to stand with me. Are you willing to stand with me, Leader of Opposition Business? Madam President? That is correct. And we have to demonstrate in here, Madam President, that we denounce crime. I thank you very much, everyone. We must denounce it. Every opportunity that we have, we must denounce it. Because, Madam President, we live here, and we must make our country safe. So we should not just be yes, and then start blaming this one did, that one did, this one didn't do, that one didn't do. The criminals are listening to us. No matter what we believe of them, but they are listening to us and they are watching us. They are watching our behavior, Madam President. And if we continue to just be, operating in a hale-kase way, then they will believe that what they're doing is justified. So, Madam President, I stand in support of this bill because my understanding of the bill, having read it, is that it will allow for expediting extraditions. It suggests that this is not just a national response to crime, but it is more one of a regional response where each CARICOM country will take responsibility for extraditing persons who have committed criminal acts or expediting non-nationals of their country who have committed criminal acts in another country. So this ought to be seen as a move in the right direction beyond our borders, beyond our national response, and that whole regional response to crime fighting. And Madam President, we have to also put it within the context of the initiatives that the government of St. Lucia has already taken towards improving national security. Madam President, one of the first things that this government administration did was to create a national security department, and it is housed within the office of the Prime Minister. Which Prime Minister would want to take responsibility, among other things, especially some agencies like the Ministry of Finance, and include national security? It tells you the measure of the man. The person who holds the reins of leadership has taken on that responsibility, is accountable to the people of St. Lucia for our security. And so, Madam President, there is a seriousness that is associated with taking on that responsibility. In addition to that, Madam President, we are seeing, I'm hearing about, we have not seen a national policy or crime policy. But the deliberate initiatives that we have already seen implemented suggest a move towards that national policy. So we don't have to outline the policy on national security. But yes, really. And in the United States, you're not seeing the United States telling you what their national security policy is. Where in the world you hear of a national security policy being exposed to everybody? So my armory is located here, my guns are there, I have 10 million crime fighters. You hearing these things? I mean, get serious. Madam President, we're seeing that the government over the last 4 years have provided vehicles, trucks, SUVs, vans, motorcycles, ATVs, trucks, jet skis, to the tune of $20.8 million. Tell me that there is no national security policy. There, as we speak, there is construction and maintenance of many of the police stations around the island. The Northern Divisional Headquarters is going up as we speak. Custody suites, quitte croisée, you're rétabli. We now have custody suites reopened. And I was heartened to hear, you know, sometimes you hear from the policy directorate and so on, but to hear it from the people who actually use the facilities, the police officers, giving saying how important the custody suites is to them. Something happens around here and someone is arrested right here in the city. They had nowhere to house that person. They'd have to put that person in a vehicle and bring them all over the place, looking for space. Marshall, Babo, no Denry, wherever, ancillary. The importance of having a holding facility for persons who have been arrested right here in the city, that was demolished. It is now reestablished thanks to this administration. Madam President, you saw the reestablishment of the Southern Divisional Facility. There is now a drug squad, or guns, narcotics and firearms, I think, building, okay, on the way. You also saw not only things that were directly, that had a direct connection with the police, but street lighting is extremely important, Madam President. When I worked in the Ministry of Infrastructure, people would come to me for a street light. And you would hear the stories, Miss, I'm a hotel worker. I get home at 11 o'clock in the night. I have to walk a stretch of road and there are no lights. I need a street light. Because you know, Madam President, it's under the cloud of darkness that some of these criminal acts take place. So street lighting is connected with crime fighting or crime prevention. And so the government of St. Lucia has spent $21 million in street lighting and installation of CCTV cameras. Tell me that there is no broader policy. Madam President, the training budget, you're telling me you have a department so important as the Royal St. Lucia Police Force with over 1,000 officers and they're not trained. So things are happening. There is no human resource development of such an important department. Training
Senator,
gone.
Sorry to interrupt you, but that statement seemed a little, when you say over 1,000 officers and they are not trained, I think maybe you need to...
No, there was no training provision.
Okay.
Yes, there was no training provision over a period of time. There was no budget to train them, and there must be continuous training. There must be continuous training in any establishment. You would want to make provision to train and retrain and continuously train your people, your employees. But when the training budget is cut to zero, and for public officers, you know what they call it? Tokenized. It means they put $10 by it just to keep the vote, because if it's zero, you have to take it out the following year. So when that is cut, Madam President, you're actually cutting the arms of that establishment.
Senator Fading.
Madam President, thank you very much. I rise on a point of order. I think that The member, what she has suggested is misleading, and I would just kindly ask her to present the source of her information, present the documents to show us that what she's saying, that the training budget was zero, is what she said. What year, and provide the source and the information, a document of the House. You're a government senator.
Madam President, over the period 2016 to 2021, we will go through the estimates, Madam President. I can make it available to senators here, because this is not the first time this has come in here. The training budget of the Ministry of Home Affairs during that period was cut. Okay, Madam President? And so it was reinstated to the tune of $3.168 million from 2020, post-2021 until now. That's a fact, Madam President. So we could stand on a point of order. I will yield to the point of order if I am misleading the House, but the evidence is in the document that is seated right in front of Honorable Dominic Fede.
Senator Fede. Senator Fede, you had your light on, so what are you doing now?
Madam President, I am just again rising on a point of order to maintain factual information in the House. I've been called upon every time to present documents or withdraw it. So if the member is unable to substantiate what she has said is in fact the truth, then she needs to withdraw the statement, just like I have been called upon by her and all of the senators.
Senator Jean has indicated that she's prepared to make this a document of the House. I will allow her during the lunch break to facilitate this. We will get that information after lunch.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I will provide that information to the Senate, to every senator here, because it is a fact. And if the member on the opposite side, Honorable Mr. Senator Dominic Fede, wants to refute that statement, show me in your estimates where the budget was included.
Madam President, may I respond to?
No, you may not.
Can I rise to the point of order, Madam President?
Yes, you can.
What is
the member is misleading the House. Obviously, I cannot show you because I did not make the claim. I don't believe what you have said.
This is not misleading, sir.
Senator Jean, this was not a point of order. You just made a statement. Senator Fede, use your standing orders better than that. Senator Jean, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, also I want to make reference to the St. Lucia Labour Party Manifesto 2021 at page 26, where, among other things, under crime and justice, the promise was to increase the installation of surveillance cameras in communities. Done. We can check that box and show that the government of St. Lucia has done so. Allow the police commissioner to have greater operational independence over the management of the police force to increase its effectiveness in the prevention and fighting of crime, and to have them more accountable to the public when the circumstances demand it. Tell me, Madam President, whether that has not been done and is being done. Provide the necessary resources in addition to equipment for improved working conditions and psychological and emotional support so that they may be more effective in the execution of their duties. Madam President, these are things that the government of St. Lucia continues to do at present on behalf or to the Royal St. Lucia Police Force. Madam President, there are several other initiatives, including the promotions and creation of positions in the police force, maintenance of police facilities, electrical systems, special equipment for the SSU, and several other things. But Madam President, all of these initiatives cannot operate in a vacuum if the wider society does not support the whole national security initiatives. We also must be responsible for national security. And here's how we can do it. Help our neighbor. Look out for our neighbor. What's happening in our neighborhood? What are our young people up to? How do we nurture them? How do we mentor them? What support do we give to them? How do we conduct ourselves as leaders of this society? What are they seeing? What are we doing? Do they want to emulate us? So the whole crime fighting initiative, our whole national security and all of that, we all must come together in that fight. So in this vein, Madam President, I reiterate my support for the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Treaty, and I ask for the support of the other members of the Senate. Thank you.
Senator Ferdinand.
Thank you, Madam President. Before I do a brief rebuttal on the current matter before us, I want to take a moment to extend condolences to all of the families, and that should have been done earlier, who have suffered losses or in any way have been impacted by the recent incidents that have been described in this chamber. Madam President, unfortunately, in all of the conversation we've had today on this CARICOM Arrest Warrant Treaty, I'm yet to hear the opposition express any kind of sympathy or condolence. I'm hoping that they'll find a way to do so. But what I've heard instead, Madam President, and very consistent both in the lower chamber and here today from the senator who spoke from the opposition, is a very deliberate method of invoking emotions, and the language. I heard certain terms used in the preface by Senator Fede in describing the incidents of last week. I heard the language, I heard terms like slaughtered. You're talking about a situation in the country where people, lost their lives and there was injury to children and unfortunate. But the language is very deliberate. And then statistics being referred to, But Madam President, and I think from his leader, the bloodiest day, when you hear an opposition that is supposed to be empathizing with people who have lost their loved ones, and, an incident like that, you wonder why people want to go into graphic, almost creating and recreating the scene in the minds of people. That's what prosecution lawyers do when they want to put somebody in jail. You almost recreate the scene and invoke the emotions, I have a serious issue with what the motivation of the opposition is with regard to a matter that all of us do not want. And so, Madam President, I want to remind the opposition that crime did not start in this country on the 26th of July, 2021. I sat over there in this empty chair, in the second chair here, in 2017 as an opposition senator, when my then leader of opposition made a suggestion in the parliament. And that's the difference between the Labour Party government and the United Workers' Party. In all of what they're saying, have they come to this chamber? What are your policies? What are you doing? Has there been any serious recommendation that has been put forward from, at least from this chamber where I stand, and say, listen, here's what we think you should do. We may decide we agree, but I haven't heard that. I'll tell you what we did. The then leader of opposition recommended that a crime symposium be held in a joint approach between the opposition and the government. And Madam President, I can tell you it happened because I was one of those who represented the opposition at that crime symposium that was hosted at the Ministry of Infrastructure conference room. I sat there. And you know, Madam President, what was sad? And a senator made reference to who attends what. Do you know that the government at the time hosted the symposium that was recommended by us in opposition, and I attended along with other members of the opposition? And do you know that the leader of the government, the Prime Minister, was not present? I'll repeat that, Madam President, and that is the posture of the opposition, who come here and give crocodile tears and pretend as if they care about people. Here is a situation in 2017 that was just as bad, if not worse, that warranted a crime symposium. We agreed as an opposition. We said, no, this is our country. We don't like where it's going. The number of murders have doubled in our country. We are in opposition. We were not trying to look for opportunities to get into government. We were not trying to exploit it. We stood here and said, we are going to stand with you as in a joint effort as opposition and government. And I, as a senator, attended this function. And at that symposium at infrastructure, the leader of the country at the time was not present.
Senator Fede.
Yeah. Madam President, thank you very much. I stand in a point of order. The member is misleading the House when he suggests that we have done nothing in terms of recommendations to the government. Madam President, in a letter dated December 8th, 2022, the leader of the opposition, Honorable Alan Chasney, and member for Micoud South, penned a letter to the Prime Minister, Honorable Philip J. Pierre, and suggested 9 recommendations, 9 of them. The first one was to establish a command center to fight crime. The second one was to properly appoint dedicated technical administrative staff for the center, to advance the administrative and border control program. The fourth one was to institute an equivalent entity to the NEMAC that we use at hurricane time. The fifth one was the mandatory polygraphing of customs and police officers. The sixth one was the amendment of licensing requirement for all sea vessels registered in St. Lucia, making vessels monitoring systems mandatory. The seventh point was to fast tracking of the KLET CCTV installation program. The eighth one was the rewards program for information on illegal weapons. And the ninth and final one was the implementation of the court backlogging project and bench trials in an effort to reduce the backlog of cases in our courts.
Senator.
Thank you, Madam President. Unlike the opposition, we don't have the posture where we always write and we're not like that. The member has indicated something that his leader had done in 2022, a written letter to the Prime Minister. Perhaps that information didn't reach me, so I have no problems accepting that. I am not like we're not like them, and we double down if we didn't get something right. However, in this chamber, I have not heard anything from him. So, Madam President, let me move on quickly. Instead of, and I am going to repeat that when we had a crime symposium, it's because there was a problem. So let's not make it look as if this is the only time and the first time, we have had a problem in this country that warrants urgent action. Madam President, do you know what the opposition's posture is? And I think the member who just left the chamber, Senator Fede, was making a point about the opposition sounding their voice. I think that's the language you use. What are we doing? We are sounding our voice. Yes, they are. But, Madam President, I'll tell you how they're sounding their voice, or their voices. Madam President, they are sounding their voices, along with their surrogates and even members of the opposition who are members of this chamber, by making certain comments like, get up angry. Get up angry. Former minister in this government, you're getting up and you're saying to people in this country, you all need to get up angry. You're telling people that they must get up from their homes being angry. People are too happy in this country, they must be angry. sounding their voice, Madam President. They're surrogates on social media. Buzz the Prime Minister's head if he comes to New York so he can taste his blood. This is coming from surrogates. And I'll tell you why I'm using this, Madam President. Burn St. Jude, coming from their surrogates. Madam President, one of them, a former minister who is now a very strong supporter of the party. I'll tell you where the young people should go and fire the bullets. Madam President, another utterance, sounding their voice. The Prime Minister, and that one came from the leader of opposition business. I wanted him to be there when I repeated his own words. Senator Dominic Fede, in public, the Prime Minister of this country should be he said, quote, the Prime Minister of this country, Philip Pierre, should be placed in Derek Walcott Square and flogged. Madam President, these utterances by an opposition, I believe, are irresponsible. And it includes not just their surrogates, but their members, their actual MPs, going in public and making utterances that are violent, that incense anger, and cause people to think that it is okay to engage in these behaviors. So if you are so concerned about this crime, and if what he said his leader wrote, this after writing such a letter, you have 9 recommendations, but at the very same time, you and your surrogates are making public utterances that incite violence, that encourage deviance, and even suggesting, what is flogging, Madam President? Flogging has a certain connotation in history. For us, people like ourselves, it was one of the most violent forms of punishment. And it was not just violent, it was also degrading. So when the opposition comes here and pretends that they care about the situation of crime, and they go out and make those kinds of utterances, Madam President, it tells you that they are sensationalizing and opportunistically taking advantage of the situation. But Madam President, I am not hearing the opposition saying, when are you going to stop? Why don't you open up, have a press conference and speak to the people who are causing this? Call on these young people, most of them are young people, who are the perpetrators, and say to them, young people of this country, the United Workers' Party opposition is telling you, please stop. Why don't you make it the same way you can say people should be flogged? You can have a forum because you have the voice, the ears of people every Sunday. Are you saying to people, are you saying that, are you making a concerted call on all St. Lucians to stop? But no. Madam President, I believe that if the opposition thinks that sensationalizing crime and polarizing this country is going to cause people to vote for them, it doesn't work that way, because they've tried before. Madam President, the strategy. The opposition wants us to say, what is your strategy? Well, it seems the opposition thinks that this government should go out in public and tell the nation, tell everybody, what exactly its operations will be. That does not happen. That is not the way you deal with crime. You don't go out and make public your crime fighting strategies. Criminals are listening too. In the same way he tried to get certain bits of information divulged in this chamber about the K9. And I don't think it's responsible to expect a government to go out there and make public its operations and its strategies. Of course, there are general policies like providing resources that have been articulated by our leader. And there are other policies like the Commissioner of Police did when he made public certain strategies and certain pronouncements that he made. But you can't go out there and make public all of your crime-fighting strategies. That would be irresponsible.
Senator Fede.
Madam President, again, I rise on a point of order. The member is misleading the House on 2 counts. The first point where he suggested that we have not been using our voices to discourage young people from crime. I want to ask the member to look at our last Sunday's live. We had an entire inspirational, spiritual, uplifting event, prayed, encouraged people not to partake in crime. The second point he has made that is misleading is that we're asking him to make public declassified information. Madam President, if the information about the K9 unit was declassified, then the Prime Minister would not have spoken so glaringly and widely about the contract about the K9, how much they were paying, and how many dogs they were there, and all of those information. So I am not aware that that information is classified at all. So please stop trying to mislead the House in suggesting that we're asking you to make available to the public declassified information.
Senator Ferdinand.
Madam President, I think I've made the point, and I do not want to be sidetracked. So, Madam President, I want to wrap up because we've been here for a while today. I'm very curious about some of what jumps out of the opposition's mouths. Some of it happens on platforms, and people make memes about them. St. Lucians do that. Some of them actually happen in this chamber. And today I noticed that there are a few things, that utterances, I don't know if they were voluntary or involuntary, that were made in this chamber that I'm very concerned about. Because it appears from what I've heard in this chamber, and some of which I stood on a point of order to challenge, and I think you had to rule, that the opposition seems to have information about certain things that are happening in this country pertaining to crime that nobody else has. And by way of example, the senator earlier on made a point and uttered something about rat poison that to this date, Madam President, and I will not repeat it because I don't want to be, but why does it appear that the opposition has detailed information about criminal activity that not even the department responsible for national security has released? Now, there are others, Madam President, but in the interest of security, I will not divulge. Some people are able to predict when certain things are going to happen on social media. Now, if they were not so sensitive, Madam President, I would share the content with you. Some people who are supposed very closely associated with the opposition seem to be able to predict. And even in this chamber, people are making utterances that have not been disclosed by the official authority on crime fighting in this country. So this leaves me to wonder, what is it the opposition knows, or what is the opposition's, posture in all of this? I'm very concerned about that. But mouth open, story jump out. And finally, Madam President, Senator Lee made a few very poignant and important observations, and I want to tell him that I want to thank him first of all. But he asked me a couple of questions, and I want to respond to at least one of them. He made reference to motivation and research to inform what we do. And one of the examples that we have been able to, interventions we've made based on information and research, is the issue I mentioned earlier in my presentation, the Boys Matter program. Because we are aware that a lot of these would-be perpetrators start from school, from before school, and if there's no serious intervention, they become the criminals on the streets. And that is one of the initiatives that is helping to stop it before it starts. We've also introduced civics in the education system in this country. And that is a very important aspect of training and tooling young people to be able to develop more pride and more dignity, self-worth, so that they will be less likely to engage in criminal activity. And I think that the earlier you can nip these issues is the better able you are to prevent a criminal activity from happening. It is all well and good to talk about the police and the police and the police, but the police can only be effective or can only respond when a crime has happened, or if they have intelligence, they can intercept a criminal activity. But what you prefer is to be in a country where people are not inclined and do not have a desire to get involved in criminal activity. And a lot of the programs and policies that we have implemented are geared towards that. For example, the youth economy and a lot of the incentives that we provided, the semi-professional football league, the semi-professional cricket league, and a number of youth initiatives that are directly targeting young people to engage them in positive activity that will keep them occupied and keep them away from a life of crime. And so, Madam President, I want to go back to this CARICOM warrant arrest treaty and say that I am very pleased that the government has seen it necessary to collaborate and cooperate with the regional governments to be able to share information and cause there to be a more holistic approach towards crime fighting in the region for the benefit of all of us. And so I thank members for their contribution and look forward to this initiative helping us to address these matters. I thank you, Madam President.
Senators, the question is that the CARICOM arrest warrant treaty bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to give effect to the CARICOM arrest warrant treaty and for related matters.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 3.
Purpose of this act.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 4.
Designated participating member.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 5.
Application of this act.
Clause 5 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 6.
Applicable offense.
Clause 6 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Part 1, clauses 7 to 37.
CARICOM arrest warrant.
Part 1, clause 7 to 37 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Part 2, clauses 38 to 42.
Miscellaneous.
Part 2, clauses 38 to 42 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Schedule 1.
Applicable offense.
Schedule 1 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Schedule 2.
St. Lucia Coat of Arms CARICOM Arrest Warrant Act. Form of CARICOM Arrest Warrant, CARICOM Standard, and CARICOM Warrant, CARICOM Arrest Warrant.
Schedule 2 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 1.
Short title and commencement.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Senators, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many as have a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senators, I beg to report that the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Treaty Bill went through committee stage without amendments. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that the reports of the committee be adopted and that the bill be read a third time and passed.
Senators, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Treaty Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Act 2025.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that the Senate stand suspended until 4:30 in the evening.
Senators, the question is that the sitting of the Senate be suspended until 4:30 in the evening. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Sitting is suspended until 4:30 in the noon.
All right.
Well, we've just come to a suspension of proceedings in the Senate debate for today, Thursday, August 21st, 2025. What transpired this morning was debate on a couple of resolutions, one pertaining to the zero-rated status of sanitary napkins, and the second resolution dealt with the extending for a further year customs tariff exemptions on photovoltaic systems. Of course, the debate on the zero-rated status of feminine hygiene products. Of course, this is always a lively debate, and of course, this morning it did not disappoint. There was widespread support from the government side on it, and an explanation, of course, on the difference between the zero-rated and VAT exemption. And that seemed again to be some topic of contention between the opposing side, the opposition, and the government side. I think the opposition was arguing that either way the prices have not been diminished, and that whether it was zero-rated or VAT exempt, prices were still up. Of course, the government side countered, stating that there was significant decline in the prices of some goods, and I remember the leader of government business giving some examples of what these were, including ketchup and, of course, sanitary napkins. There was an interesting, I want to note one point concerning the zero-rated status of sanitary napkins. When it came to his contribution, the independent senator, that is Senator Lee, he was pleased to announce that the decision, he commended the government for the decision to permanently eliminate the VAT on sanitary napkins, noting that this was a suggestion he had made many years ago, and so he commended the government on that move. Also, I want to note Senator Lee's contribution on the extending for an additional year the VAT exemption status for photovoltaic systems, and he was saying he felt that a year was not sufficient because those systems, those solar powered systems, are somewhat pricey. He was saying that families needed to put their finances in order, you know, to plan for the purchase of such systems, and he was saying a year isn't enough. When it came to responding, the leader of government business said he felt, whereas that contribution by the leader was noteworthy, he said again the government was doing everything rationally and taking those moves and those initiatives in steps, because the government had an economy to balance, if you will, and a country to run. I want to note also quickly the debate on the CARICOM arrest warrant treaty. And a lot was said about this. The CARICOM arrest warrant treaty, as we have explained, seeks to just harmonize legislation within the region, where each party or each country will institute laws to make it easier or simpler to extradite criminals who have offended and have fled their own country, to make it easier to extradite them back for prosecution in their country. And of course, it was a lot. I want to state that briefly, and my colleague Michael would continue. The debate, of course, went into the whole crime issue as we're experiencing here, and I just want to touch on this little aspect. Senator Alison Jha, in her contribution, she had asked on all the senators to stand and denounce the whole spike in criminal activity, particularly gun-related violence. She had criticized the opposition, stating that in all of their pronouncements on crime, that there was never any concrete condemnation on crime, to which the opposition leader refuted. But it was a moment worth noting that everybody, including the government senators and the opposition senators, stood up and said, yes, this was in denouncing what we are seeing in the country presently. Senator Lee, one more point I want to make in regard to this whole CARICOM treaty and the Senator's response on the whole crime debate. He said he wanted to go down on record as commending the police in their fight against crime. He said every day the police are putting themselves on the lines, their lives on the line. And even though we were seeing the spike in homicides, he did acknowledge some wins by the police in terms of gun seizure and narcotic seizure, etc. And he said the police were doing a good job considering all things, and that he wished to commend the police in the crime fighting efforts. Michael?
Ok, Virgile Jabanou, chaque détail là, pas nécessaire pour moi continuer, puisque nous allons rester ici jusqu'à temps qu'il fini, nous allons dire exactement qui ça qui passait. Chaque, comme Virgile détaillé là, chaque moment qui est intéressant tout bonnement, la dernier moment Madame Speaker décidé que les affaires de sécurité c'est tellement important, il pas de mérité pour continuer parler à la sécurité pays, avec aussi, moi voulais aussi mentionner, ça fait la contribution, membre parlement, ça c'est contribution sénateur indépendant, c'est très intéressant. Nous allons parler des plus sur ça, mais nous allons dévier, nous allons finir le débat. Mais pour moi, nous allons dévier en studio, nous inviter pour vivre ici à quelle heure?
At 4:30.
À 4h30, nous allons dévier. Alors, Western, et puis nous, j'ai nous dévier. But your thing was long. Mama, you was fine. Mama!